Very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the first session of your strategic business paper. Now, before we actually introduce the paper, allow me a moment to very briefly introduce myself. I am your mentor, your tutor for strategic business leader. Shilpi Jain. I am ACCA qualified by qualification and by profession. I lead the ACCA division at VG Learning Destination and have been teaching this paper of SBL ever since it has been launched by ACCA. So yes, you can definitely vouch on the classes. You can definitely rely that yes, you've made the first right choice by joining in this session. Now, before I actually go ahead and introduce the subject to you as well, it's important for all of you to understand some ground realities about strategic business leader paper. But before I actually head on to that, let me very quickly, set the tone that how the classes are going to be conducted. Yes, the classes are going to be live online, mostly over the weekends only. However, what I want everyone to do is treat it like a physical class. Please be interactive in the class. I don't want you to, just switch on the class and roam around in your house. Please don't do that. SBL is a very, very difficult paper to pass. It is the most difficult paper to pass in the entire curriculum of ACCA. It is the most difficult to pass. However, it is the most interesting paper of the entire curriculum of ACCA as well. This one paper is completely different from any other ACCA paper if you have done any in the past. Now, that brings me to a very interesting question to all of you. How many of you are, and just beginning with your ACCA journey? Unable to hear anything. What about others? Am I not audible, guys?
You are audible now. We can hear you.
Okay, so Parneeta, I request you to kindly log out and log back in because everybody else can, I think, hear me. And I also request everybody in the class to maintain some ground rules for the class. So the chat box is for everyone to use so that I can actually read your query, make it audible for everyone else, and then again I will answer your query. So please don't unmute yourself, but what you need to do is just quickly drop in whatever query, concern, anything that you want me to repeat in the chat box, please. Use and send to everyone option so that everybody can read your query. I will also be repeating your query and then answer your query. This is just to maintain the decorum of the class so that people can actually hear me out rather than all of us talking together in the class, right? So quick question. I'm hoping everybody else is able to hear me, and Parneeta will also leave and join back in, and then she will be able to hear me. Okay, so quick question to everyone here. How many of you are coming via the exemptions route in ACCA, which means this is like your first ever paper of ACCA? Okay, so Mahadevan, Mohammed, Soumya, Rutaja, Niharika, Abhinav, Shweta, Prun, Summi, S. Agrawal, exemption route, but this is the last paper. Wonderful. Tanya, third strategic paper. Wonderful. Okay, wonderful, guys. So yes, I can see a lot. In fact, majority of you are coming via the exemptions route, and this is your first ever ACCA paper. So guys, that just makes it double the difficulty level for you. Ishant, you've raised your hand. I request you to please pour down in the chat box whatever you want to say so that I can actually read out your query for everyone else to hear and then answer your query as well. A lot of you are giving the second ACCA paper, so that's just wonderful. You've already had one of the, one line flavor of what the ACCA essence is all about, right? However, now, just listen to me very, very carefully, guys. even if this is your first ACCA paper or you've already, had a little bit of taste of ACCA papers, this is the most difficult and the most interesting paper of ACCA. Difficult, but yet the most interesting is what I say. Why? Because this is something which is not your regular accounting and finance paper per se. However, this is something which is going to broaden your horizon and help you become a strategic business leader at your job, basically. So it's not just about number crunching. Yes, there will be that as well, but this is thinking beyond. This is making important management decisions for the organization, that where in the long term are you looking for your organization to head out, what problems you can identify, what solutions to these problems can can you recommend to the organization. So that is going to be like a wholesome development of you as a as a professional working in the organization. That is why I say this paper is the most interesting ACCA paper, right? Now, those of you who've never given an ACCA exam, guys, you've got double the effort to do. You've never, had the taste of what the ACCA exam is going to be like. Yes, it's going to be a computer-based exam. There is going to be no pen and paper being used. So from today itself, the first day of the class, nobody is going to use pen and paper. Please, get rid of your pen and paper. Only open up the blank workspace, which I will just show you from where to access, and we will only and only practice upon that. Eventually, you have to write your exam on the computer, right? Thus, it's very important for you to familiarize yourself with the platform on which the actual exam is going to be given. It's very important for you to do lots of practice on the platform so that you know on the day of the exam how to handle the functionality. Develop a speed of typing also, which is going to be very important for all ACC exams for that matter. So whatever background you're coming in from, even if you're a qualified chartered accountant, a semi-qualified chartered accountant, a BCom graduate, or having done your class 12th and now migrated towards the professional level, everybody follows this simple tip which I am giving to you in the first class itself, that no pen and paper, only the use of your computer is what we are going to use to submit and to make all your answers, right? Okay, a lot of people joining back. I think this is facing some difficulties. I really hope everybody is able to hear me, see me, and the class setup per se is okay with everyone, right? Any queries you have till now, guys? Anything you want to ask? Please pour in your query in the chat box. Anything you want to ask? Any you doubt, any doubts you have per se? Because then I will move on to the technicalities of your SBL paper. Okay, thank you, Mahadevan, for the confirmation. Thank you, S. Agarwal. Okay, so per se, if you have heard of it, or even if you have not heard of it as as of now, let me introduce to you that since you will be appearing for the exam in September 2023, there are some major changes which have been introduced by ACCA in your SBL paper format itself. So even if you're doing it for the first time, everybody else across the globe, even people who had previously failed and now appearing for it again, people who had started preparing for it prior to 3 months as well, there are major changes being introduced by ACCA for your SBL paper. So first, before I actually tell you what these changes are, let me tell you that why these changes have been introduced in the first place. ACCA is a very dynamic qualification. It prepares you not to, mug up things or for your reading efficiencies. It prepares you to be a professional at the workspace. And when that happens, traditionally this paper was, ever since it has been introduced in September 2018, if I remember the year right, this paper has been a 4-hour, 15 minutes long paper. So 15 minutes of planning and reading time, planning time basically, and then 4 hours was given for you to attempt your SBL paper, wherein one integrated case study, which if I would take a print of it would run down to a minimum of 12 to 14 pages, is what you was looking and seeing for the first time on the day of your exam, based upon which there was various, it was split into various exhibits, based upon which there were various tasks which were there in your exam to do. Everything had to be done in that 4 hour span which was there. So what ACC observed over the last couple of years is the need that we don't want to encourage our students to be kind of just looking at something from a fresh perspective for the first time, and then expecting them to write an answer like a workspace professional. Do you go to your workspace for the first day and you're bombarded by by the top executive of the organization, by the CEO of the company, to make strategic decisions on the first day itself? Does that happen in the workspace? Tell me. Does that happen in the workspace? Obviously no, right? So what ACCA thought of and reckoned with the fact that we don't want that pressure to be there on the students, right? So what we will do, we will give a material which will be pre-seen by the candidates appearing for the exam 2 weeks prior to the exam. So yes, you heard me right. You will be getting your, case study scenario, which will be there 2 weeks prior to the exam. So there will be some element of the scenario which will be tested in the exam given to you 2 weeks prior to the exam itself. That content will be accessible via your My ACCA account, and it will be accessible and given, an access and an email will be given to you via ACCA that yes, this pre-seen material is now available for you to obviously go ahead and pre-see. That is why it is called a pre-seen material, right? So yes, 2 weeks prior to the exam, you will get some flavor of the industry on which the exam is going to be tested. You will get some flavor of the organization on which the case study is going to be given on the day of the exam itself. So yes, that's a very huge change which ACCA has brought across, and it's going to be applicable from September 23 itself. Not the entire paper, Muhammad, but yes, there will be some content given to you of the paper, of the actual scenario, which will be given to you 2 weeks prior. There will be no questions that will be given to you per se. So let me just, tell you the essence of it first. So this pre-seen material will allow the students to become familiar with the business activities of the case study organization and the industry in which it operates. So you will get that, okay, I am going to be, given a question on, for example, XYZ Limited, which is operating in the telecom industry, providing important contextual information to help the students better understand and apply the further information that will be contained within the exam exhibit. So yes, the question will still have exhibits, thrown at you on the day of the exam, but these exhibits will be smaller exhibits now as compared to your previous exam structure. Why? Because a lot information will already be made available to you 2 weeks prior to the exam itself, placing more emphasis within the exam on students being able to demonstrate their strategic thinking as well as professional skills, rather than just, wasting, say, about an hour and a half just reading through the guys, somebody is unmuted. Please, I request everyone in the class to mute yourself. Guys, please, everybody mute. Okay, let me just see. Parnita, please mute yourself, and others also, everybody needs to mute yourself so that I am the only one who's talking and you're all listening. Anybody who wants to say something, please use the chat box facility and not, disturb the rigor of the class itself. Thank you so much. Will the pre-scene material be available during our exam too? Yes, that pre-scene material content will also be given on the day of the exam itself to you. There is, a session which is scheduled to happen next week from ACCA for all the tutors teaching SBL. So I will also be much more informed before the next week's class. Once, ACCA releases all of this information as to what is going to happen and how this is going to be done. But yes, as of now, I can tell you what information has been given to us as trainers from ACCA. Next week, after my session, I will also be much more better equipped to help you understand that what the format of the exam is going to be. But yes, till then, there's a lot of content which ACCA has already released, and we will stick to that now. It's a good move and going to help to make the score better as compared to previous pattern. Absolutely, yes, Tanya. Why? Because in the previous 4-hour long exam, students were under so much of pressure to read so much information which was there. I will show you what an actual SBL exam used to look like until June 23, and what we are proposing here from in ACCA from September 23 is to reduce the size of the information, the case study which will be given to you, by allowing a lot of the content, a reading content which is there, just telling about what industry the company operates in, what is happening generically in the macro environment in which the industry operates, what is happening in the company in which in which you are basically hired as a management consultant, or any other job role which is given to you. So yes, it's a very good move, and it's only a qualification like ACCA who can get ahead with all of these kind of information. So it's not going to be an open book exam. Material which will be released to you 2 weeks prior to the exam, just to make you familiar with what you will head into 2 weeks from that day, right? So let's quickly understand that what is it that this pre-scene material is going to include, and what our approach to this pre-scene material is going to be like. So the pre-scene information provides students with background information on the case study organization and the industry in which it operates. So yes, you will know that, okay, I am a management consultant working in XYZ company, which is probably working in the railway industry, telecom industry, beverage industry, any industry, whichever that industry is. So yes, you will have that context at least in your mind. The aim of the pre-scene material is to provide students with more time to become familiar with the business activities of the case study organization and the industry. This better reflects the real life. Why? Because like just I asked you, you don't walk into the organization on the first day itself and the management, the CEO of the company asks you to make important decisions. Because it doesn't happen like that on the job itself. Thus, ACC doesn't want to give it to you like that, or in the exam as well. They want to give you time to get the essence of the industry in which you are hired as a management consultant. They want you to get a good essence by absorbing that information for at least 2 weeks prior to the day of the exam, before you actually go on the job on that day, which is to give your exam, and then make valid recommendations, identify problems which you could genuinely identify, and that you can resonate with then on the day of the exam, rather than everything being thrown at you on that first day itself, right? So this better reflects real life, where advice and recommendations are only offered in the workspace when a broader understanding of the organization has been established. The pre-scene material therefore provides important contextual factual information that will help the students to better understand the further information provided in the exam exhibits. So this is going to just give you 2 weeks of absorption time. 2 weeks of getting a better understanding of what is it that you are heading into. And my top advice to my SBL students is to don't treat it like an exam. Please don't do that. Treat it like you're actually hired as, whatever job role has been given to you in the exam. Treat it like you are actually going to your workspace and you have been asked by the top management to actually do this. You are writing a report, you are writing a memo, you're writing an email, you're writing a PowerPoint presentation, like on the job, please. This is the first paper of your professional level. Remember, you're not a student anymore. You are, and you're supposed to write answers like an on-the-job management consultant. If you, start thinking and start preparing yourself on that mind frame from today itself, up till the day of the exam, believe you me, yes, you will be on the right track. Do not write answers like a student, because that is not what ACCA expects you to be at while you're giving your SBL exam. The name itself says strategic business leader, right? So be one. Be a strategic business leader. It is something which is going to prepare you for the next 3 months to become and, absorb yourself in that job role as a strategic business leader working in XYZ company. Once you have that frame of mind ready, believe you me, half the things are going to be sorted for you. Pre-scene is just like a whole 1,000 pages book. From this, we will have to make 3 hours movie. Well, Mohammed, to be honest, I really cannot comment upon it as of now, because like I said, the official ACCA session on this SBL pre-scene material is going to happen next week. However, we will have it's not going to be 1,000 pages book for sure. So don't, let's not jump our guns. Believe you me, it's just going to be some content about the industry, about the organization being given to you to familiarize with what we are heading into. Now, let me just take you to the official website of ACCA, wherein we do have some information given from ACCA as to what this pre-scene material is and how we are going to use this pre-scene material. Now, there you are. Taking the right approach to using the SBL pre-scene material is key to your success. Here are the key points that you need to consider as you use the pre-scene to prepare for the live SBL exam. So this is how you have to do this. So yes, it is something which is going to be given to you to make you familiar with the industry, with the organization, with what's happening, and the structure is going to be the industry information and information that relates to the organization. So 2 sets of information will be given to you. Something about the industry. So like previously, we used to have the industry overview as the first opening paragraph. That is something which is going to be made available to you 2 weeks prior to the exam, and some information about the organization as well, which simply means that you will be able to, get the essence of what we are heading into. However, please don't, get carried away and start researching on the telecom industry, because I know that I am heading into a telecom industry exam. The examiner doesn't expect you to do that. Yes, some base knowledge, some base level of, commercial acumen will be expected from you. However, you will not be expected to do any further research. And one thing also very important for you to understand is that this organization, this industry is going to be all fictitious. So don't try to replicate XYZ industry and try to, get into the research of who actually is this XYZ industry in the real world. It is not going to be a real world company. So no need to unnecessarily trouble yourself and start researching upon which organization am I going to be tested in the exam 2 weeks from now. Don't do that, because it's going to be completely fictitious organization with fictitious situations happening. Obviously, these situations will be something that can happen to any organization in the real world as well. However, we will not be talking about any one such real, one such real company in the real world itself. I hope that is okay with everyone. Any queries so far, guys? So SBL still remains a closed book exam. You will not be allowed to take printouts of this pre-seen material, make your own notes and take to the exam. Please don't get into all of this. That is something which will not be allowed. So please do not do this. I've shared the link with you. I want everybody to please spare out 10 minutes today and read through all of this. So in fact, what I will do, I will give you this 10 minutes now itself, just to set the context of what we are looking into. So read this screen, please. Let me know when you want me to scroll down, but I want everybody to read through this once, please. Okay, so let me scroll down. Please read this fully, guys, because this is something that will help you understand that what ACC expects you to do with this pre-seen material and what not to do as well. Done reading, guys? And now, obviously, we need to know what not to do. This is something which is very, very important for everyone to understand, that what not to do with this pre-scene material. Do not get too overwhelmed with the fact that yes, I will have access to something which is going to be in the exam. So please do not do unnecessary additional research into the industry, not required. Avoid, speculating on areas of the syllabus that will be examined based on the pre-seen material. So don't try to skip the, don't try to jump the guns thinking that, okay, I know that, based upon this content which have been given to me, that maybe a question on risk management, maybe a question on internal controls, maybe a question on project management is going to be there, and let me just concentrate my preparation on these topics. Please don't do that. If this is the first ACCA exam you're giving, you have no idea of what the rigor of the ACCA exam is going to be like. It's unlike any other exam you have ever given in your life. And when I say that, trust me, it is going to be unlike any other exam you have given so far in your life. Even your CA exams are very different. The approach is very different here. It's very much job like, it's very much dynamic approach which is required for your ACCA exams. So please don't try to be or act, you can say, smart by trying to cut short and, trying to make guessworks in terms of, okay, this is what the exam is going to be like. No, don't do that, please. Everything, and when I say everything, I mean everything is extremely important in terms of your concepts of your SBL paper, which we will be studying in the next 2.5 months or so. There is going to be no shortcuts in SBL. Every topic is important. Every topic can be tested. No need to do any sort of cramming or rote learning in ACCA. It will not work. Why? Because I will just, I will make you understand that why do I say so. So tell me, when you actually go on the job and, you supposedly have a meeting with the CEO of the company, is the CEO going to ask you to tell him what the Potter's 5 forces model is all about? Do you expect the company CEO to ask you this question, this theoretical question? Is your bookish knowledge going to be anywhere ever asked by any of your top management? Does that ever happen on the job? Absolutely no, right? So, similarly, in your SBL exam, you will never be asked a straight theory question. You will never be asked something to replicate, to probably copy paste a book's, a model that you're going to learn in the book. The only thing that you need to understand in your SBL exam is, yes, there are going to be models. Yes, you're probably going to learn what it encompasses and what does the model talk about and what are the key features of the model. However, in your exam, you're going to apply that model to the scenario which is going to be given to you. Now, this one phrase that I have just used right now, application of the models in helping in making structure for your answers and application to the scenario which has been given to you, is what is going to be your key pro tip, you can say, towards your SBL exam. So yes, you have to do it. And how do we do this is exactly what we are going to study and prepare ourselves together in the next 2.5 months, right? Yes, Rutuja, that yes, it is going to be a case and it is going to be application of that model to the scenario which is given to you in the SBL exam, which is going to be required by you to be done. this is the first lecture of SBL. I'm not trying to intimidate you here. I'm not trying to, fear you with what you have chosen as your paper. I'm just setting the expectations right. The only reason of me telling you everything that needs to be done towards the exam and how it is going to look and feel like and what we are going to do is to set the tone clear in the first lecture itself, that this is not going to be like any other exam you've given so far. This is not going to be like any other ACCA exam also if you've given so far. Your approach to SBL is going to be very different, very dynamic, and believe you me, I'm a huge fan of SBL paper. I did my ACCA back in 2009, so I qualified back in 2009 when I had gone to the UK to do my ACCA, and in 2006 I started, and I started from the first level itself after just getting 3 exemptions, and I've qualified early 2009, and believe you me, since then when I studied as an ACCA student to now, over the last 8 or 9 years since I've been teaching teaching ACCA students, the curriculum of ACCA itself, the approach of ACCA exam has been very, very fast paced, changing, and it's extremely dynamic itself in the way the exams get conducted. So yes, it should be like, I think somebody in the class had mentioned that you have to make like a 3-hour movie out of it. Yes, in your mind, you have to look, feel, and picturize maybe what's happening in the organization, where you are, who you are, what is expected of you, and then write answers, not as students. You don't have to write as students, you have to write like a professional actually sitting on the job and giving recommendations to the CEO of the company. When you get yourself in that frame of mind, your way of writing the answer, your professionalism will speak for itself. Those of you who have already given an ACCA exam must be familiar at the professional level, especially, must be familiar with what this looks like. Okay, so I am just gonna. I think somebody had mentioned that what this pre-scene material, is it going to be like a 1,000 pages book? No, it's not going to be like. I'm going to show you a specimen of the pre-scene material. That this is kind of the content that you will be expecting. So yes, it's an 11-pager long content which will be probably given to you before the exam itself. So let's have a look at this pre-scene material. This is Zealand. This is the introduction. The company's name is Zealand. We're going to have an overview of the company. We're going to have a look at the mattress types, the industry challenges and developments it is facing, innovation and sustainability in terms of what is happening, the KPIs of the industry body per se, and then you are also going to be given information about PSS overview. There's another company, some background, ownership, board structure, information systems, products, suppliers, manufacturing, distribution, risks of the company, Then some PSS website extracts will be given to you, and some PSS financial information in terms of the selected summary will also be given to you. So 10 pages long information is the kind of pre-scene material you can expect to be given to you. So obviously this is just a specimen. This is just, an example given by ACCA that this is the kind of pre-scene material students can expect. So yes, not 1,000 pages, but yes, definitely a 10-pager long document about the industry, about the organization will be given to you. Now, this is something for you to just set the tone of, what you will be heading into the exam like. So I am just, obviously we're not going to read through all of this, but I'm just scrolling it down for you to have a look at that this kind of information is something which you can expect to be given to you pre-scene in your exams itself. So just quickly So yes, there is going to be some kinds of information about the industry, your different, so this industry is like the mattress industry that we are talking about. And look at the kind of information which will be given to you. Believe you me, like I have been saying, for the last 45 minutes really, that SBL exam is going to be unlike any other any other exam you've given in your life, let alone an ACCA exam itself. KPIs, then some information about PSS overview, board structure, we are not going to read through this because obviously this is not the right time, because we have literally not gone into and studied anything for SBL as of now. But I am just giving you a flavor of what we are heading into, what we will be preparing ourselves for the next 2.5 months, right? Any queries, guys? Anything you want to ask? I think I've given you a lot of information about the pre-scene material, the changes which have happened, what to expect. Any questions so far, guys? Please always, ask a lot of queries, because that's what makes the class interactive. That's what makes me feel that you are listening to me and understanding what I'm saying and absorbing what I'm saying as well. Right? So please ask. I'm waiting for your queries, or you need to give me a go ahead. One of the two, please, very quickly. Okay, no queries, no queries. Good to go. Whether all questions will be based on this case study. Yes, Ishant, ACCA SBL exam is one integrated case study, and all the questions in the exam are going to be related to the same scenario, to the same one case that we will be discussing. Will the questions be framed from this pre-scene material? The questions will be framed from an extension of this pre-scene material. So yes, the industry, the company will be this, and with more information given in the exam as well, based upon which questions will be framed. Also, if there will be any cut in exam duration as the pre-scene material is available in advance, absolutely yes, Ishant. So previously, the SBL exam was 4 hours 15 minutes, and now because you are already being given 10 pages long information to absorb at your own pace in 2 weeks, the exam will now be a 3 hour long exam with 15 minutes of planning time given to you. So yes, the SBL exam comes down to the usual time span of ACCA exams, which is 3 hours 15 minutes. Right? Anything else, guys? Anything else you want to ask? So this is the guidance for all of you for the pre-scene material, that yes, read it, absorb it, become familiar with it, but don't get crazy over it as well by trying to, research and trying to predict what the question is going to look like. That's not going to help. So whole exam will be based on pre-seen material, nothing else. No, there will be a lot of information given to you as well, apart from this pre-seen material. Okay, let me show you. So this is the pre-seen material which is there. Now, what I will do is I will open up the practice platform for you. Guys, we have literally like not even, opened up our content per se as of now, because what I want you to do is have a look at what is it that we will be preparing together for the next 2.5 months. So yes, very important for you to have a look and feel of what the exam is going to look like, what the rigor of the exam is going to be like. Okay, so this is the practice platform. You all have access to this practice platform on your ACCA, from your My ACCA account. And this is what the specimen exams are going to look like. So let's have a look at this. So SBL specimen 1 valid from September 2023 onwards. This is exactly what you are heading into, right? So what I will do, I will show you what the exam is going to look like, which is something which is going to be valid for you. So we assign it here, and SBL specimen 1, this comes here. We started. So we are just only looking at the exam, what it is going to look like. Obviously, the scenario and everything is going to change, but this is principally what it's going to look like after giving your pre-seen material. Now, again, this is something which remains standard for ACCA exams. So what I want you to do is, because this is something, a lot of you are giving the ACCA exam for the first time, I want you all to please spare out 5 minutes and read through these instructions first. Read through these instructions quickly, guys. Okay. Done reading, guys? Strike through option. I will show you what the strike through option means, Niharika. So basically, it gives you the option to strike through, which means cut any information that you reckon is not relevant for you. You don't need to go back to it to be able to answer your question. So that strike through or cutting option is also available on the computer-based exam. Quickly read through this as well, guys. And yes, please, everybody, get this out of your mind. ACCA allows computer to be carried, I'm not saying computer, calculators to be carried with you in your exam centers. And again, one thing very, very important here for me to mention in the first class itself is that, yes, even though ACCA allows you to give your exams from home, I want everybody to please book your center-based exam. We don't want that unnecessary pressure of thinking that what if light happen, goes while I'm giving my exam? What if my internet connection, becomes unstable while giving my exam? Please don't, add on to already your pressured situation. Book your center-based exam, go and give your exam at the center, especially your SBL exam, guys. It's a difficult exam. We don't want to add on to our, our problems. We don't want to add on to our already, a lot of things that you're already managing towards your SBL exam. So please, my sincere request for everybody to please book your exam from your nearest center rather than booking an at-home remote exam, right? Quickly read the set of common instructions which is going to be there. A calculator is also available on the platform itself. However, please carry your physical calculators to the exam center. Yes, you are allowed to carry your scientific calculators also, as long as they don't have, a memory function in them. Right? Go through it. Okay, so the platform warns me that I've probably not read the entire screen. Guys, have you read it? Have you read the second page of instructions? These are generic instructions for all ACCA exams, and I believe a lot of you are giving it for the first time. So that's why I'm giving you 5 minutes to read through it yourself, so that you know the functionality of the platform. Then we'll have a look at the actual specimen exam itself. A physical rough paper or a scratch pad will also be given to you in your center-based exams. However, if you're appearing for the exam remotely, you can only make use of the scratch pad functionality on the platform itself. Our normal calculators, which we use in offices, have M plus, M minus memory. No, you can't use those, Divya. I will in fact, share you a copy, a photograph of the calculator which is allowed. I will show you here on the platform itself. Any normal calculator is what you need to go and buy. Any normal Casio calculators, as we call them. I will share the photograph as well of what you can go ahead and buy. Not so much used for your SBL exam, but definitely used for all your other ACCA exams. Right? So just invest into one calculator once. Okay. Done reading, guys? These are just generic instructions which I want you to follow. This is just generic instruction about the platform itself, which you should be familiar with. Okay. Done reading, guys? Okay. You will give us a break. Yes, Soumya, I will give you a break. I can understand it's a 5-hour long lecture, so it can get very consuming at times. And it's also very consuming for me also to speak for non-stop 5 hours. So yes, you and I both will get a break. Don't worry. Just let me finish one aspect of it, and then we will, take a quick break as well. It was written somewhere, a copy of the pre-seen material shall be provided. Will it be a physical copy or soft version in the exam center? So everything is just only going to be soft versions itself, Naveen. The entire ACCA curriculum works on a digital format. So the exams, everything is going to be given on the computer itself. So everything is just going to be a soft version of it, right? No, the concept of pen and paper has been made redundant by ACCA many years ago. Right, Naveen? Wonderful. Okay, since you all have read through the instructions before we actually open up the specimen exam, let's take a quick 15 minutes breather since I can see that students want a quick break. So quick 15 minutes break for everyone, and then we shall continue and have a look at what the exam is going to look like, have, a good look and feel of the exam itself, and then start with our preparation. Okay, I hope I have everybody back after the quick break. Quick question there. Madhavan says, I'm planning to give my exam in December as this is my first ACCA exam and I feel I need to practice more. Is this the right approach? Yes, absolutely. Yes, Madhavan. SBL is, as it is, a very difficult paper, and being your first ACCA paper, definitely there is no rushing which is required, even though, yes, we will be going ahead with the preparation of it towards your September 23 attempt itself. But however, if you feel that, because of your existing commitments, probably you are full-time working, probably, you are pursuing another qualification along with ACCA, and you will not be able to dedicate the amount of time, energy, and effort that SBL requires, then please, by all means, give yourself 6 months to prepare for SBL. There's absolutely no rushing it. As it is, SBL exam is also a very expensive exam to give also. So it's somewhere around, I think, 216 pounds, if I remember right. But yes, it is the most expensive ACCA exam also. So please don't rush yourself into it. Only and only book your exam according to what you reckon you will be able to prepare for in a justified manner as well. We haven't started preparing as yet, and we will towards, by the end of, say, mid of August, we will be able to finish off our entire syllabus, preparing towards SBL September 23 attempt. But obviously, apart from the classes, you require a lot of practice to be done as well. And give yourself, enough time to do that, please. There's absolutely no rushing which is required. Now, before I actually open up this specimen exam released by ACCA, let me show you the books which you are required to purchase. Okay. So let me just type that in and also show you the books. So BPP workbook plus the practice and revision kit. Is what you need to purchase, and please reach out to the team at VGLD. Sandeep is the concerned person. 9599983116 is his contact number. Please reach out to Sandeep and purchase these books. Let me just show them to you. So this is the latest edition of your SBL. This is the workbook. This is the practice and revision kit. I'm not sure whether it's clearly visible or not. I will show you the ebook content of it also. So there you are. This is how the book looks like. So this is the workbook. This is one set which is required. And then this is the practice and revision kit also that you need to purchase. So 2 books is going to be given to you as part of the combo. You can avail huge discounts from VG Learning on it as well. Please reach out to the team. Sandeep is the concerned person who takes care of the books part. So please reach out to Sandeep and purchase these latest edition books. So these are valid for exams from September 23 onwards. So very much valid for yourself. Please go ahead and do that. Yes, Divya. I was just about to, tell you that as well. So, yes, there is going to be some study material released by ACCA towards your ACCA papers. That is going to be available to you free of any charge on your My ACCA account itself. That is going to be available from July onwards. We don't have the official date of release as yet. However, Divya, for your September 23 attempt, I very strongly recommend you to buy the BPP books, please. Why? Because that is what we will be referring to in the class. Because this ACCA content is not available as of now, as we speak today, right? So we don't want to waste another 1 month ahead of us only to save on few couple of thousands of rupees to avoid buying the books as of now, right? So we will be referring to questions from this kit itself. We will be doing question practice from this kit itself, and I want you to do each and every question from the practice and revision kit towards your September exam. Once the ACCA releases its material, I as a trainer am able to assess that material. Only then I will tell you what more to do from that material. But towards your September attempt, let's stick to the BPP books as well. It is an approved content provider of ACCA. So that is something which, students have been referring to for the last many years towards their SBL paper. So let's stick to that first as of now, because anything which we don't have on hand as of now, I cannot, we cannot obviously waste 1 month ahead of us just waiting for that content to be released, right? You have an old book, only study material. Okay, Shelja. So, see, this content obviously is valid from September 23 onwards. So, ideally, yes, you should be buying new content. But if you have study material already, I would recommend you to go ahead and purchase the new practice and revision kit at least. So that at least simultaneous question practice that we're doing in the class, you have the same book to refer to at home as well. Right, Shelja? Again, I'm giving Sandeep's number in case you've missed out. So Sandeep from VGLD, the connect is 9599983116. Please reach out and purchase your books. Obviously, you can't be having the books before the next class, which is going to happen tomorrow. But before the next weekend, at least, you should all be having your books, right? Now, what we will do is very quickly just look at the specimen exam. Obviously, we're not in a position to start solving it or, start working towards it. But this is just to give you, a flavor of what exam is going to look like. Yes, we are ready to begin the exam, please. So there you are. So this is how the exam looks like. So there is going to be an overview. There is going to be a lot of tasks which will be made available to you, which you have to refer to. So there are going to be 3 tasks in all. Each task is going to have a separate response option available to you. So just to give you a gist of the kind of questions that are going to be there. So first thing, this is just the introduction. Let's go through the tasks first. So here you are required to draft a section of the consultancy report for the directors. An analysis of the industry in which you will be using, making use of an appropriate model. There you are required to do an evaluation of the overall performance of the company from 2012 to 2015 from an integrated reporting perspective, and you are going to be awarded professional skills marks. Any idea what these professional skills marks are like? Any idea? So that is again another unique feature of the SBL exam. 80 marks are going to be awarded towards your technical content which you're going to write, and another 20 is going to be awarded purely for professional skills. So that is going to sum up the total 100 marks that you can earn towards your SBL paper. So again, this is something which is very unique just to your SBL paper. Yes, on the quality, on, on how much of a professionalism are you able to display in terms of writing your answer, presenting your answers, answering the professional skill which is required. The presentation, yes, the layouts, yes, right? So there are 5 professional skills which are going to be tested in your SBL exam. Each of these professional skills are different from one another. How they are different, I'm going to tell you. How your approach to answer each one of them is going to be different is also what we will be studying as we practice towards our SBL exam. But this is just to give you a flavor, right? So this is like one task. There is another one. Here you're required to explain some key weaknesses and make some recommendations on how to address them. Professional marks are going to be awarded for demonstrating the skepticism skill in this particular question. So yes, every task like this is going to have different types of requirement and a separate mark being allocated towards your professional skills as well. Right? And how do you present your answers? You're going to type in your answer in this Word-like document. So here you have a Word-like document wherein you can type in your answer. Any calculations you need to make, you need to open up your spreadsheet. Do your calculations here, reference and cross-reference your calculations, please. So this is an Excel-like spreadsheet. It's obviously not Excel, it's an Excel-like spreadsheet. And your SBL exam is also going to ask you to prepare certain PowerPoint presentations. So this is the slide followed by a speaker note, right? I hope you've all enjoyed looking at your SBL exam. Let me show you some of the functionality. So you can highlight using the highlight functionality. You can strike through anything that you feel is irrelevant. You can open up your calculator. Calculator in both the modes, the scientific mode as well as the standard mode is going to be given to you on the day of the exam with the platform itself. But again, I encourage you to carry your physical calculators, please. Slides look same as word processor. No, Ekta, slides are different. Let me take you through them again. So this is the slide. So this is slide 1 wherein you will be preparing your bullet points. So bullet point 1, 2, 3 and 4. And then you go down and attach speaker note for each of these bullet points. Bullet point. We will be practicing all of this. Don't worry. Bullet point 1, explain. Bullet point 1. Bullet point 2, and then you explain. Bullet point 2, and so on, so forth. Another PPT you need to prepare another slide again in the form of bullets and explain in the section of your speaker notes. Right? Wonderful. Yes, Mahadevan, from September 23, you will have a separate response area for each of the tasks which will be given to you. So that is also another change which has been introduced. Any other query, guys? We will obviously not be going through the entire question because we literally have not done anything as of now. But the only reason of taking you through an actual exam was to give you a flavor of what the exam is going to look like. So yes, it's going to be a 3-hour exam now. The number of exhibits are going to reduce. It's going to have 3 compulsory tasks, each having different, sub requirements of total marks of 100 marks. It's going to be split in 80 technical and 20 professional skills. Professional skills is going to be worth 4 marks each, and each task will have a separate requirement and a separate response option given to you to make use of. Let me show you another quick functionality since a lot of you are doing it for the first time. I really like, maneuvering around this. So let's open up, say, transcript of the interview. So I probably, just need this information. I can make use of Control C, which is copy functionality. And just probably I need this information. As part of my answer, I can make use of Control C, Control V functionality, which is copy paste functionality in my computer-based exams. So that is the beauty of ACCA computer-based exams. I think being your first ACCA exam, I have added responsibility of preparing you not just towards your SBL paper, but towards your overall ACCA exam papers as well, right? Any doubts? Anything anybody would like to ask? Any doubts so far, guys? Please ask if you have any queries whatsoever. Some basic information which I have already reiterated many times. Just read through this. Okay. One very important thing for you to do today itself, start today itself, as we're on the first lecture itself and you have good time, is to finish off your EPSM module, which is your Ethics and Professional Skills module, 20 hours of online training, which is required as part of your ACCA membership. But yes, it's not mandated from ACCA side, but it's mandated from my side as a trainer for SBL to do this 20-hour of online training before you head for your ACCA SBL exam. From where you can access it? From your My ACCA account. Why it is so important? Let me show you why. Okay. Again, let me just take you through one of the very important resources which is already given to us by ACCA. So this is, let me take you through, let me show you from where to access it. www.accaglobal.com is the website. Since a lot of you are doing it for the first time, there is some issue. Yes, there was some tech issue which was there in April, but I'm sure it must have been resolved by now. They are shifting it to another server. Yes, because even if it's not available right now, it will be in a couple of days. So please do that. So go to students, study support resources, select your qualification, which is ACCA, select your paper, which is SBL. These all are resources available to you from ACCA itself. All of these resources are completely free of cost to you. And all of these resources are extremely useful resources towards your ACCA journey. There you are. So not just me, but ACCA itself says that this EPSM module is extremely important for you, not just from your, ultimate ACCA membership perspective, but people who have done it before giving their SBL paper have a 25% better probability of passing the SBL paper. So by all means, this is something which is mandatory from my end for you to do before you do your SBL paper. Right? So please reach out to your MyACCA account and start doing it at the earliest. Definitely before you head out to your SBL exam. Now, the overall pass percentage, if I talk about SBL as a paper, is obviously like close to a flat 50, which means only 50% of the students who actually appear for the paper globally pass the paper. So by all means, it's a difficult paper to pass, and you have to ensure that you get into the 50% who actually pass this paper. How that will happen? Please just listen to what I'm saying. Do as I say for the next 2.5 months, please. If you do what I say for the next 2.5 months, I can assure you that you will pass your SBL paper. Be honest to yourself. Be sincere to yourself. SBL exam is an expensive exam as well. I don't want you to waste your money in repeating the exam. I don't want you to waste your time, energy, as well as money, all three of them, in fact, towards your SBL journey. And that will not happen if you just listen to what I am saying. EPSM exam wise, no, EPSM is a generic module which is available from ACCA. It's a 20-hour online program which you have to do once in your lifetime towards completion of your ACCA membership, but it's highly recommended to do it before you sit for your SBL exam, right? Yes, absolutely. Parnita, you can do it absolutely anytime. Complete your EPSM module before your results. Start from it today. Do it before you give your SBL exam. That's my only asking for, right? Will this have the question answer as well? Yes, it's a guided module. It's like, an MCQ module. It's a very interesting module, small scenarios, small questions given to you. So do it. It's part of your preparation towards SBL. Right, Panita? All professional exams have same fees. Yes, they all have same fees except for SBL exam, which is a little more expensive exam, purely because of the rigor of this exam. Like I said, it's unlike any other ACCA paper. So that's why it's a little bit more expensive paper as well. Right? Wonderful. Any other query? We're only just taking up generically what the exam is going to look and feel like, how we're going to prepare ourselves for the next 2.5 months to head into the exam. Okay, so these are top tips towards your SBL paper. These top tips are not from my end. These top tips are from the ACCA SBL examiner himself. So please, you have to listen to what the examiner says. So yes, you have to do the entire syllabus. You have to review the wide range of SBL learning resources that are available on the website, which I just showed to you. Develop an appropriate and efficient exam technique that will happen during the next course of 2.5 months as you and I prepare together. Practice plenty of past exam questions. There is just absolutely no shortcut to it. Yes, in a typical ACCA exam, I usually say that, do like 3 mock exams on the practice platform. But for ACCA, this count increases to 6 mock exams on the practice platform. Why? Because like I said, SBL is unlike any other paper that you've given so far. Thus, the level of practice, the level of, commitment that this paper requires is going to be double the effort any other ACCA paper. Assimilated the information contained within the pre-seen material before the exam session. Yes, read through it, absorb it, understand it. Very much important. Okay, few questions, please. Our ethics and professional skills module continue to remain temporarily out of service. The module is still out of service, says Sumi. Don't worry, Sumi. It will be, it will be up and running very soon. What I will do, I will raise a query to ACCA Global Team myself and also confirm to you as soon as it becomes up and running. ACCA will also obviously, inform you via email as soon as the module becomes up and running. ACCA, like I said, is a very dynamic qualification. They keep on upgrading themselves. They keep on upskilling themselves. That's why we say it's a think ahead qualification. So yes, some changes are happening to the EPSM module, and that's why it's presently out of service. But very soon it will be up and running again. It's only 20 hours. So please do this before your SBL exam. Do we need to go through technical articles like for SBR? Absolutely, yes, Ekta. There's a lot of study material which is available from ACCA. Let me just take you through it again. It's again on the link which I just shared with you. There you are. All of this we have to do. All of this, these technical articles, these examiners report, these mock exams, their debrief video, all of these are very important resources available from ACCA that you have to do before you do your exam. I'm just sharing this direct link with you so that everybody gets a quick access to it. Please advise on second point of the slide. Okay, let me take you through the second point on the slide. What is it? Reviewed the wide range of SBL learning resources that are available on the ACCA website. Exactly what I just shared with you on the chat box. So all of these resources are available directly from ACCA. You have to read, review, go through all of them as part of your SBL journey. What I'm going to do now is just take you through and give you a quick essence of what the SBL exam is like and how does it fit into your entire journey of being an ACCA member. Let me just share the sound of my video first. And let's very quickly watch this introductory video from ACCA itself.
Strategic Business Leader mirrors the workplace and requires you to demonstrate a blend of technical, ethical, and professional skills. It tests your ability to function as an accountant in a simulated workplace and asks you to respond to requests from people in various roles. It won't only be the technical quality of your answer that matters, but how professional your response is. The syllabus brings together core areas from governance, risk and strategy, links to other leadership areas such as organisational control, innovation and change management, and uses new technologies and data analytics. We know that students who have completed the Ethics and Professional Skills module are significantly more likely to pass SBL, so make sure you plan the module into your studies. ACCA recommends studying with an approved learning partner and using study materials from our approved content providers. However you study, ACCA will support your learning journey with a range of free resources. The Examiner's Approach article is a good place to start. There are also technical and exam technique articles to further refine your knowledge and skills. To practice and perfect your exam technique, the CBE Practice platform replicates the real exam experience and allows you to practice up-to-date exam standard questions before marking and reviewing your answers using detailed marking guides and model answers. In this exam, each task will specify an answer format. You could be asked to prepare a briefing paper, write a report for the board, or draft a letter. It's important to note that a task may have more than one requirement. For example, evaluate and recommend. Using the resources available from ACCA and your learning partner is the proven route to exam success. So good luck with your studies and exam from everyone at ACCA.
Yes, that was just a quick introduction. Can you please share these links on WhatsApp group? I'm sorry, Ekta, sharing links on the WhatsApp group is not possible because it's part of the class. So you have to come down to the class, view these links with me here in the class. I also share it on the chat box, and that's really the maximum which I can do, right? Sharing on the WhatsApp group is just not possible. Right, Ekta? I hope that would be useful enough. And everything is already like available itself on the links which I'm sharing. So that should suffice. Thank you so much, Ekta. Okay. So now, are you ready for your SBL module? Are you? There is a quick self-check quiz which is available from ACCA again. Please click on this link and do this self-check very, very quickly. Obviously, do your EPSM module before the SBL paper. Top tips obviously include the fact that you have to plan, practice, work on your professional skills, and make use of the past exams to the fullest to be able to, justify that the effort that this paper really requires. Yes, double the effort, double the time, double the synergy which is required to pass any other paper really. Right? Okay. Again, all of these are very good tools which I want you to have a look at. What we will do, these are introductory videos from ACCA. Again, very, very effective videos, which I obviously want you to have a look at. Let's quickly have a look at this one to begin with.
The ACCA qualification is evolving for the future. Accountants need to be technically competent and capable professionals, business partners in the changing workplace. The Strategic Business Leader exam prepares you for both these challenges in a new way. You'll have 4 hours to complete the exam with workplace-style tasks based on fictitious scenarios. Information is provided as exhibits using anything you might find in the workplace. You play different roles, speaking to different people and answering in a range of formats. The SBL exam won't ask for technical knowledge in isolation. Rather, you will have to apply your knowledge and skills in the practical business context of the case study. SBL emphasises professional skills with 20 marks available in the exam, and they open the door to the other 80 technical marks. For example, if your analysis is poor, a professional skill, then you won't uncover the technical issues you need to get the technical marks. Focusing on professional skills like this is new and different from your earlier exams, so you need to prepare. To do this, you need to read the SBL Study Support Guide in detail as soon as possible. Complete the Ethics and Professional Skills module to start building your skills for SBL and the workplace. It needs to be completed before you can qualify, and it takes around 20 hours. Seek tuition support from an approved learning partner. You need to learn in a group, exchange ideas, and also get feedback from a professional tutor. In SBL, your answer will be unique. Just comparing it to a model solution won't get you the feedback you need. Practice questions from the very start of your studies. This exam is less about technical depth and more about practical application. Learning theories word for word won't get you to where you need to be. Walk into the exam as a well-rounded, informed, practical, commercial professional. To prepare, read the business news, listen to the radio, join SBL forums, ask questions and discuss business issues. All the time think, why might this organisation be doing this? What are the challenges and rewards of this course of action? The more you practice this analysis, the better prepared you are for your exam. Arm yourself with practical experience and commercial acumen. Buddy up. Get a study partner you can discuss issues with, swap practice answers with, and for mutual support. The ACCA online learning community is one way to find study partners. Follow these tips and prepare effectively for SBL. Take action to plan out what you need to do differently. Contact an approved learning partner and find the SBL Study Support Guide.
Okay, let's take up the quick question from the group. I am resuming my studies almost after 9 years, says Anil, and I'm working outside India. SBL paper also, can I give remotely from my home, or I need to look for some center nearby? Anil, ACC qualification is recognized across the globe. So please try to find a nearest center to your place. That's something which is highly recommended from my end. However, if you feel that, it's too much of a travel or practically not feasible for you, yes, the remote option will be available for you. You just have to sit down at your home, do some preliminary checks and balances, system checks, technical requirements, and you can appear for the exam from home as well. That option is available just in case, it's practically not possible for you to go down to the center, right? Also, online access to BPP will do, or you recommend physical books? Online access will do. It's good enough because that is what we'll be referring to in the class itself. Everything is computer based itself, but just I am traditional. I studied in the traditional format. I find myself my mind works faster when I physically go through the book and that ways. But that's only if you really want to. If you feel that online access to the book is good enough for you, by all means, you don't need to buy the physical book then. You can just only go ahead and purchase the e-books, which are also available from VG Learning. Please go ahead and do it. In case, when you buy the physical book, let me show you. So when you buy the physical book, the access of the online content is also given to you free of charge. Can you see this? So that way, okay, I should not be showing you my link, but yes, that is something which is given to you as part of your ACCA, book itself, right? I hope I have answered your query, Anil. Let's completely wonderful. Thank you so much, Anil. So let's resume. Let's go back to the slide. Like now, these slides which I have prepared for you, these set of notes from my end will be made available to you as part of your course content from the trainer. So you can refer to the backup of the class on your LMS and access to these study notes in your own time when you're revising, when you're doing question practice. So yes, all of these PPTs which I have prepared for you will be available to you as well as part of your offerings from VG Learning. Okay. So typical exam requirement, we've just literally, had a look at what the exam looks and feels like. So yes, there are going to be a lot of data given to you, a lot of interpretation of this data will be required from your end. You will be required to, analyze and use and understand some visual aids like a flow chart or a process map. Like just in the example in the preceding reel, we had seen it was showing us pictures of some types of matrices which are available and what are the key features of each of it. All of these kind are, typical, this is the kind of typical information which will be given to you in your SBL exam. Yes, you will be required to identify the problem and provide resolution of the problem. You will be required to make recommendations as to why you're recommending this. So don't just give recommendation, support your recommendation also, that, if you're saying that this is what the organization should do, why do you think this is something which is required as well? Drafting of reports, memos, articles, PPTs, emails, all of this will be typical exam requirements in your SBL paper. So yes, like I said, you are not going to write your answers like a student, but on the job, an actual management consultant, this is what you will be expected to do. So this is exactly what the SBL paper is also going to expect you to do. Drawing up presentation slides with accompanying notes. Yes, all of this are typical exam requirements which you will all be preparing with me as to how to prepare each of these tasks, what are the formats to be used, how these formats are going to be used to the best of our skill to present our answers in the best professional layout as well, right? So we will be doing this with lots and lots of question practice. Exhibits, like I told you, will be varying sorts of exhibits, including website, paper, newspaper reports, extracts will be there, some competitor analysis, some financial analysis, some board meetings, some CEO or CFO specifications will be given, as well as probably, some fraud analysis done. So yes, all these various types of exhibits can be very much part of your question paper itself. Like I said, it's unlike any other paper. Yes, why? Because you will be given a role play. There will be separate 20 marks provided for your professional skills. 5 professional skills you're going to be tested upon: communication, commercial acumen, analysis, skepticism, as well as evaluation. What these are, what they mean one by one is what we will be just going through. Let's have a look at each one of these professional skills one by one. But before I actually show it to you in a theoretical manner, I would rather show it to you directly from ACCA, that what the professional skill of communication actually means.
Communication in the workplace is about being able to speak to different stakeholders. They could be your manager, someone who works for you, a client, a supplier, or one of your colleagues. When having a conversation, we would adapt the way we speak according to who that person is. Similarly, if we needed to send an email to someone or draft a memo to staff, we would always think about the audience when drafting the communication. We would think about the tone, the language, the level of detail, etc. Communication requires you to inform your intended audience in a clear and persuasive manner through the appropriate medium while being sensitive to their needs. In order to express yourself convincingly and show credibility, you must have a good understanding of what your audience will regard as important, what concerns they need to address, and the level of understanding the audience has, both of technical issues and of the current situation. You will be expected to produce material in a variety of formats, such as reports, memos, emails, and presentation slides, and will need to know good practice for each. The main response formats can be found in an article on effective communication on the ACCA website. In your exam, you may be asked to do a slide presentation, including relevant bullet points and supporting notes, to your company's board, highlighting the key benefits of using big data analytics for your company. The first step in structuring your answer is to identify and apply the appropriate presentation format. In this case, you will need to draw up a slide template with a clear header, followed by a bullet list and a separate section for accompanying notes. As you are addressing the company's board, you can assume that they have an adequate understanding of the business and its current needs, so the slides do not need to focus on background or definitions. This audience should be addressed using a respectful business tone. Once you have established your presentation format, you should then list the key benefits of big data analytics on the slide in short bullet points in order of priority and logic. Use the notes section to then elaborate and explain why the points on the bullet list are regarded as important benefits. Remember to present your answers in a professional manner, making points logically and progressively, avoiding repetition, as well as generally being clear, factual, and concise. In your exam, when you are required to demonstrate communication skills, ask yourself 3 questions. What is the required medium of delivery, and what template should I use to present my answer in the most professional format? What is my audience's level of understanding, and how much information do they need? And finally, have you made your points in a logical and progressive order?
Okay, so yes, when the question asks you to display your communication skill, what do? You have to follow a simple ground rule of following 3 steps. First, inform, because you're communicating, right? So the first thing that you have to do is obviously inform as to, what seems to be happening. Inform in a way which is the appropriate means to inform. Inform in a way in which you will be addressing that person to whom you are addressing. Basically, there is going to be a way in which you communicate differently with the CEO as compared to a junior level staff who works under you. So, the level of professionalism that you write, you communicate with is going to be different altogether. There is going to be difference also in terms of some brought forward knowledge which is going to be there. When you are addressing the CEO of the company, you don't expect to explain, to tell him what our company's, mission and vision is, what is it that we want in the long run, because CEO is the one who's probably prepared it, obviously, right? So that is something which is considered brought forward from his perspective. However, if you are addressing your junior level staff, you have to tell him, you have to inform him, you have to guide him, you have to, persuade him in a manner which is going to be altogether different as compared to when you're addressing the CEO of the company. So yes, it's extremely important to keep yourself, inform, communicate in a manner which is appropriate with the intended audience. At the same time, you just have to don't have to just stop at informing. You have to consider, you have to persuade as to why are you informing in the first place. So what is the next line of action that you propose? What is it that you want to go ahead in the long run? And then absolutely, yes, you need to clarify that what is it that you're trying to persuade and why as well. So very important to communicate in an effective manner with respect to the intended audience, with respect to the intended, jargons to be used, the language to be used, the presentation to be used, and what needs to be made understood to the effective audience. Okay with everyone? Does everybody understand what the professional skill of communication really expects out of you? Is that okay with everyone, guys? Tell me. Okay with everyone? Please ask if you have any doubts here. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys, for your confirmation. The next professional skill that the SBL paper is going to test you is going to be commercial acumen. Now, what does the word commercial acumen actually means? It means having industry relevant knowledge. Now, at the same time, see, SBL paper can be drafted upon absolutely any industry in the world, but that doesn't expect you to be the industry experts on all the industries in the world. But yes, with the coming in of this pre-seen material, that is the kind of awareness that the examiner expects you to have. Like, for example, there would be some prerequisite information which would be there, and some prerequisite overall knowledge that you can expect. So come to think of it, if I want to open up a telecom, if I want to venture into the telecom industry, can I just do that tomorrow? Or would there be some prerequisites that we need to fulfill before I can actually venture into that industry per se? Any idea? Tell me. Any prerequisite or any, any common sense that you can think of in terms of, okay, if I need to venture into this industry, this is the minimum that I need to get in the first place before I can start my operations? Absolutely right, Anil. You will require a license. That is the kind of commercial acumen that the SBL paper will expect you to have. So if you're talking about one particular industry, broadly, common sense knowledge is at least expected of you. And with the coming in of this pre-seen material, yes, a level up knowledge will also be required. Not in-depth research of industry, like, it clearly says not to do that. But yes, you need to know, explore a little bit more about what is it that this industry really, talks and, really needs to basically take it to the next level. Let me show you a quick video from ACCA on commercial acumen as well. Okay, before I actually play this, guys, the reason I always will refer to these videos coming in from ACCA or from YouTube maybe is to make the lectures more relevant to you. Why? Obviously, ACCA content is directly coming in from the body itself, so very important for you to watch. Also, alongside the way I teach is that I always will open up a requisite or, an example a live example of the concept that we are studying and apply it to an industry, to a company that we know of. So supposingly, if I'm going to open up the Potter's 5 forces model, I am going to go to YouTube and open up a live example for you, say of McDonald's, of Starbucks, of Coca-Cola, any relevant example which is there, and show it to you in the class itself. The reason why I do is to not just, let your knowledge be restricted to the bookish knowledge itself, but that how are we going to practically apply that, and practically apply that to companies that we really know of, that, you and I have heard of. And that is how I feel that the knowledge really comes to, will really be retained in your subconscious mind as well. So this is how I teach. This is how the students have been liking me to teach throughout my, I think 30 odd sessions of taking SBL classes. But yes, you need to tell me if at any point of time anybody finds that this particular concept of teaching with videos is not working out for you. Please let me know. I'll be more than happy to not share it in the class and give it to you, probably, to do your own set of the homework part. But yes, I personally feel, and my students so far in all the feel that is the best way to understand a concept. But in case anybody of you feel that, this is something that I really don't want to see, let me know in the class, please. I will not feel offended. It's absolutely every own opinion, and we are here to adapt to and, understand and take this class to the next level only with what everybody is going to be comfortable with, right? So just a quick disclaimer that I wanted to give you. So let's quickly have a look at this video from ACCA, which talks about and tells you what the professional skill of commercial acumen really means, and what does the examiner expects you from it.
A professional accountant must possess a range of professional skills, and you must demonstrate these in your exam. These skills include commercial acumen, which basically means you should make commercially sound decisions when resolving issues and exploiting opportunities. As part of this, you must show awareness of the external environment in which an organization operates. To show commercial acumen, you should demonstrate a combination of business awareness, effective judgment, and insight. In your exam, you may be asked to make recommendations to an audit committee of safeguards that could be implemented to reduce fraud levels at a rail company. To demonstrate commercial acumen, you must give a variety of recommendations that deal with the issue in different ways. Then, focusing on the individual recommendations themselves, consider these two alternatives to manage the risk that customers travel without paying for their journey. Firstly, the rail company could install ticket barriers at all major stations, or alternatively, the company could recruit a large number of ticket inspectors that will check every passenger's ticket. Which recommendation shows the best commercial acumen? Well, the ongoing staffing cost and potential delays and disruption caused by manual checking of tickets mean that this is probably not a practical long-term solution. Installation of ticket barriers is the better option. Finally, for this example, in order to maximize your professional skills mark, ensure you justify your recommendations demonstrating insight where possible. So, when recommending installation of ticket barriers, You could suggest that this would be subject to a cost-benefit analysis, which would include the time saving of automated barriers compared to manual ticket checking. Demonstrating commercial acumen is something that you will do as you answer the detailed requirements and will not be a separate section in your answer. To maximize your commercial acumen marks, consider the following 3 points. Focus on a variety of matters which will be affected by the issue in the question. Focus on relevant areas only, otherwise it will waste time and make you appear unprofessional. Finally, make sure any recommendations are feasible and always try to consider people as well as numbers. It's people that achieve the numbers.
Okay, so yes, this is what the professional skill of commercial acumen means, which means you are able to demonstrate an overall awareness of not just the organization, but also of the industry per se in which it operates. You're able to, demonstrate that how this particular industry gets impacted by the macroeconomic variables as well, by, the government's policies as well. You're supposed to be using your judgments to identify the key issues and obviously show insights as well as perception of the understanding the work related as well as, any particular organizational issues which you are able to identify, not just stop there. Obviously, identify problems, give a recommendation and support that why this you are recommending as a solution as well. That is what the term commercial acumen means. Is that okay with everyone? Does everybody understand what the professional skill of commercial acumen means? Okay with everyone, guys? Please ask if you have any queries. I'm just only introducing the terms to you. Practically, how will we apply it will obviously happen with question practice. Wonderful. Thank you so much, guys. Up next is the next skill of analysis. So you might be asked to display up the professional skill of analysis in your SBL exam. And what do you mean by analysis? Let's quickly have a look at what is the professional skill that ACCA expects you to display when they ask you to display the professional skill of analysis. Let me quickly go on full screen and show it to you.
Analysis is one of the key professional skills on which you'll be tested in your exam. Analysis means logically investigating and processing information to respond to a question or request, or to meet a stated objective. To demonstrate effective analysis, you need to be able to compare information, explain why a certain piece of information is important, and explain the implications of the information. For example, in the exam, you may be asked to prepare a report to the board that reviews the performance of a company over the past 3 years. Let's say you are provided with management accounts and minutes of board meetings for the past 3 years, annual customer survey results, and a recently published industry research report. How would you use the information provided to review company performance whilst demonstrating sound analysis skills? Let's follow a logical approach. Firstly, the management accounts are provided for a reason. Use the numbers to calculate ratios and other financial performance measures. What do the results show? Use the board minutes to help you discuss the financial performance data, providing comments and possible explanations. Next, What do the results of the customer survey suggest? Are customers happy or are they dissatisfied? Is there a risk that the company will lose customers in the future? And finally, what about the external performance of the business? Use the recently published industry report to compare the company performance against industry-wide data. What does it show? Is the company performing well in comparison to its competitors? It's vital to use all the information available to you to ensure you are able to give a well-rounded assessment of company performance in your report to the board. Ensure you allocate sufficient time to review each exhibit. In the exam, when you are required to demonstrate analysis, ask yourself 3 questions. What information is available? Use numerical information to perform calculations to support your analysis. How does the information compare? From one year to another or to competing business or industry average? What does the information mean? Consider the impact it will have on the business.
Okay, so yes, that is what the professional skill of analysis the examiner expects you to display, wherein you will be required to analyze. Analyze means what? Obviously, you will be required to investigate that what is happening. You'll have lots and lots of information given to you. So you will be required to investigate whatever is the relevant information from that perspective. Find out possible problems, not just stop at possible problems, but also identify opportunities and solutions that the scenario might be throwing at you. Inquire. We analyze means we need to, dig deeper into what seems to be happening. You need to inquire of individuals who will give you the relevant and the correct information as to what is happening, why it is happening, what seems to be happening, and what seems to be the way ahead as well. By considering the information and finding out the relevant, implications of this information for the organization as well. Right? Everybody understands what the professional skill of analysis means? Any question? Is everybody able to understand how do we practically imply it? Will happen with question practice, but I'm only just introducing the terms to you as of now. What about others? Is this okay with everyone? The professional skill of analysis, do you understand what it basically means? Because up next is skepticism. Now, skepticism basically means that you are being skeptical. You are having a questioning mind. You're not just taking things as they are being given to you, but is it really true? Is it something which is possible or not? Is it something which, seems to be correct or not? Is what is the meaning of the word skepticism. Remember, there's a thin line of difference between questioning somebody's, statement and questioning somebody's integrity. So we are not here to question anybody's integrity, but to just verify the facts that is it true or not? Is it something which is, correctly stated or not? That is the skill of skepticism. Let's have a look at it. From ACCA, what do they mean by the skill skepticism?
As in the real world, during your exam, you'll face a substantial amount of information in various forms. Can you be sure that the information is correct, truthful, or complete? You can't. That's why you need to be skeptical. Skepticism is crucial in the world of accountancy and is one of the key professional skills on which you'll be tested. To demonstrate effective skepticism, you should show a combination of probing, questioning and challenging. In your exam, you may be required to review and comment on information given by a finance director at a monthly board meeting. Don't simply accept everything that the finance director has said. Is there evidence that supports or conflicts with the views of the finance director? If the board meeting minutes claimed that the audited annual accounts show an increased profit of 52% to 120 million due to a cost control initiative led by the finance director, what would be the most appropriate of these three elements to challenge? Well, the audited accounts have been reviewed by an independent third party, which provides sound evidence of the validity of the numbers. Therefore, it would be the reason given by the finance director for the profit growth that would be the most appropriate element to challenge within your answer. Moving on, how would you then question the finance director's reasoning? Would you accuse the finance director of bias and demand evidence to back up their claim? Clearly not. However, it would be appropriate to request further details from the finance director that support his explanation within your answer. This would be an acceptable example of professional behaviour. Professional accountants should be able to challenge views given at all levels within the business. Remember, we don't assume that everything is wrong or that everyone is lying to us, but also don't take everything at face value. In your exam, when you're required to demonstrate skepticism, ask yourself 3 questions. Is there sufficient evidence to support the claims being made? If not, what further evidence is needed to verify or challenge those claims? When you challenge, have you done so in a professional and courteous way?
So yes, as a strategic business leader, we have to be skeptical. We have to have an open mind. We have to have a questioning mind. However, be very careful in terms of how you are questioning the other person without hurting somebody's or questioning somebody's integrity for that matter. So how do you display your skepticism skill? By probing in deeply into what, when, how, where, is it true or not? Question the facts, question the opinions, question the assertions given to you. At the same time, look at what seems to be the correct information. Is it something which is a valid point or not? Challenge information presented or decisions being made where these are clearly justified in a professional as well as a courteous manner. So at all times, you have to show the fact that yes, you are not just taking things on the face of it. You have a mind which can process data, a mind which can, look at it. Is it right? Is it something that makes sense or not? And that is what the skill of skepticism means, right? Is that okay with everyone? Do you understand the professional skill of skepticism? How we display that in our answers, how do we question without hurting somebody's integrity? We will come to it when we do question practice, but do you understand the term skepticism, the professional skill of skepticism? Tell me. Riya says yes, Mahadevan says yes. Okay. Thank you guys for pouring in. The next professional skill, the last professional skill that you must know of is the skill of evaluation. As a strategic business leader, obviously you will be required to evaluate a lot of information which is given to you. Evaluate means simply, look at it from the perspective of assessing information, estimating What do you reckon based on this information of the future trends, as well as appraising the facts and figures which are given to you, to to make valid recommendations on the basis of evaluation being done by you, on the basis of facts and figures collated by you. Yes, ratio analysis is something which you will be required to do. Collation of data is something that you will be required to do, and evaluate that data to present it to the top manager to help them make an informed decision is what evaluation is going to be all about, right? Let's quickly have a look at what the skill of evaluation is.
Effective evaluation is a required skill of a professional accountant, both in the real world and in your exam. It can be demonstrated across 3 areas: by assessing and using professional judgments when considering issues or problems facing the organisation in the exam scenario, estimating trends and making reasoned forecasts of the implications of potential decisions available to the organisation, appraising facts, opinions and findings objectively with a view to balancing the costs, risks, benefits and opportunities before recommending solutions or decisions. In your exam, you may be asked by the Board of Directors to write a business case, which evaluates a potential significant investment in a new IT system. You should start by assessing the current situation and the potential need for the new system. For example, is there evidence of problems with the current system which may be reducing the quality of service provided to customers? This should lead on to discussing the resulting benefits of a new system. For instance, a better experience for customers, leading on to improved financial performance. Wherever possible, you should estimate or forecast the actual impact on areas such as revenue and profitability. In order to present a balanced argument, you need to consider any downsides to the investment. This may include risks associated with financing the venture, so you could appraise the accessibility and cost of finance relative to the current status of the organisation. Finally, your business case would make a recommendation to the board on whether to proceed with the investment in the new IT system or not. Remember, you will score marks for a sensible recommendation as long as it's supported by your arguments. So, the best ways to give your overall answer a strong structure and to demonstrate the skill of evaluation are to create a balanced argument. Use headings such as advantages and disadvantages, or benefits and risks, to make sure you cover both sides of the issue. Create a broad argument. Just using information or ideas from one area isn't enough. Consider financial and non-financial issues across different relevant requirements. Conclude or recommend. As we saw in our example, you are likely to be asked to evaluate a proposal, and the audience want to know whether they should go ahead. Tell them your opinion, and back this up by summarising the key advantage or disadvantage, or benefit or risk.
Absolutely well laid out. So how do you evaluate a situation? We obviously go to the pros and cons of it both, end up with a recommendation, and then tell why is it that you're recommending something. So that is broadly what the professional skill of evaluation is all about. Is this okay with everyone? Does everybody understand all 5 professional skills by the terminology per se? How will you display it? Obviously, that will come with question practice. But do you understand what the examiner expects you when the examiner is asking you to, put down your answer under one specific professional skill? Wonderful. Thank you so much for your confirmation, guys. Let's quickly have a look at a small question to begin with. There you are. So that's the question on your screen. Some advantages and disadvantages of this scenario. McDonald Farms is given to you. What I want you to do to begin with is just read the question first. You are required that you've been appointed as a management consultant by Ken McDonald to advise the family. Now, you have to briefly explain the most critical strategic issues which this particular scenario presents. So, you are a management consultant, you're advising to a homegrown brand, this McDonald family business, as to what is it that would be the most critical strategic issues in this business that they are managing. So this is something which is a very, very typical exam scenario. So quickly have a look at this scenario and identify key issues, please. How do you do that? You put your answers in the chat box. We will together review your answers and then we will have a look at what the model answer suggests over and above what we have already thought of as a group, right? So quickly read through the question and pour in your answers in the chat box, please. I want everybody to do this, please. Identify, read the requirement again. You are the management consultant, so please behave like one. You're required to advise the family of McDonald's as to what would be the, you have to briefly explain as the most important strategic issues that this scenario is presenting to you. So quickly read through it, please. I want everybody to submit your answers, please. Quickly pour in your answers, guys. You just need to explain the most important strategic issues that Ken McDonald's family business would be facing. Okay, answers pouring in. So looks like it's a good time for us to start. Let's have a look at what's happening in the scenario first. It's a small scenario. This is just to give you like a very small, flavor of what the SBL paper is going to be like. This is just to give you like this, set the tone of the concepts which we are going to study in much, much detail in your SBL paper. So McDonald Farm Limited, the company, this entire share capital of McDonald Farms is owned by Ken McDonald and his wife Jain. So yes, it's a privately owned small organization. Their business consists of owning and running a 1,200 hectare farm with land split between the rearing of lambs and growing a range of fruits as well as vegetables, including the sugar beet. McDonald Farm Limited in the country of Florentina, which is currently part of an economic union that includes the following systems as well as the rules, which includes there are no trade barriers or tariffs for the sale of goods between the member states. There is a uniform high level of tariff that countries outside the union have to pay. This means, for example, that there are few imports of African sugarcane and that imported New Zealand lamb is relatively expensive for consumer. Farmers within the union, however, receive subsidies based on how large the farm is. Recent events include that most of the McDonald farms produce is sold to large supermarket chains who have been exerting more pressure on the farm to reduce the prices. As a result, the farm has started to see a decline in its annual trading profits, which in recent years have averaged $180,000 per annum. In a recent referendum, the people of Florentina voted to leave the economic union with the Flexit scheduled to take place within the next 2 years. So as soon as I read it, it looks like it is something which is referring to the, any idea? Anybody knows what it actually refers to? The Brexit. Yes, wonderful, Divya. So yes, it's obviously taken it from there. Okay, so Flexit, which scheduled to take place within the 2 years. At this stage, it is unclear what type of trading proposal Ken McDonald is worried about the future and is therefore investigating using 200 hectares to set up a new exclusive 18-hole golf course. Preliminary research suggests that planning permission will be forthcoming and the demand projections are encouraging. Given that membership waiting list at the two existing golf clubs in the area actually exceed 350. If the project goes ahead, the new golf club is expected to be much better appointed than the two existing courses which are already there in competition. So now you can has discussed this golf club idea with Jain and their sons, Rory and Callum, and they have together drafted this list of advantage and disadvantage of this business idea of going in or venturing into this golf club idea per se. So yes, there are advantages. Yes, there are disadvantages. Now you are, as a management consultant, are required to give this third person's perspective on what would be the key important strategic issues that opening up this golf course could present to the McDonald family. Okay, what I will do, I will just quickly go through your answers first. Okay, so strategic issues like lost market for the farmer, for the farm produce. Yes, so there is a pushing need for you to look at how you're going to sustain in the future. Why? Because the existing market in which you're operating is a declining market. There's a lot of regulation, there's a lot of pressure coming in from the supermarkets as well. So is this a sustainable business idea for you or not? Is something that you definitely have to commemorate about. Ineffective management of golf course due to lack of knowledge. Yes, again, do you really have what it takes to run a golf course business? Do you have the expertise? Do you have the experience? Do you have the technical know-how? Yes or no? You obviously have to explore it further. Good points there, Rutuja. Mahadevan says, as the trading profits are decreasing in farming and prospects of golf are increasing, yes, you could, look at it as a viable business option. Yes, that is on the positive side of it. So yes, Flexit will further hit the farming business. Yes, it will become more and more difficult for you to sustain this as a business. Government may not approve the golf course business as it affects the public property, that is roads. Yes, so you have to look at it from, a license perspective. Will you get what it takes to actually run down this, and open up this golf course business? So yes, you have to look at government's policy, procedures, licenses which might be required. Divya says viability of golf course, as already 2 golf courses are awaiting permission. So competition, existing competition is definitely an issue. And is the market huge enough to, sustain these 3 golf courses that will now emerge eventually? Do you have enough demand or not? Or is there too much competition already, which is, available already in the market? So you have to discuss it. You have to contemplate it from that perspective as well. Tanya says, since subsidies are available, provided in Florentine on the basis of the large farm size, by building golf club, McDonald Farms will further lose that 200 hectares of farmland. This will reduce the amount of subsidies being available, received from the government, and hence will result in increased cost as well as lower profits. Since it's a new venture where the family lacks knowledge, it will be difficult to implement due to lack of knowledge in the golf club business. Good pointers there, Tanya. Definitely some of the blaring strategic issues that you have to, sit down as a family and review. Is this the right business decision for us as well or not? Are we heading into the right direction or not? Additional investment might be required. Government approval might be required. Yes, guys. So yes, very good points there by the class. What we will do, obviously, I cannot read through all of it, but what we will do is review your own answers and compare it with the model answer, please. I want everybody to take out a minute and review your own answer with the blaring issues which the model answer has actually penned down for you. Give it 2 minutes and then we will review it together. Okay, reviewed your answers. Government may not approve golf course business as it affects public property. It is definitely a strategic issue because you require government's approval before you can actually, disturb and set up this farm. So yes, it's a strategic issue, absolutely. Right? Anything that requires per se permissions and plannings to go ahead will be considered a strategic issue. Operational is something which, which is more in-house, that is not dependent on a third party per se. Right, Ekta? Everybody done reading the model answer? Any questions? Anything you want to ask? Okay, so let's quickly review. General question. Will each question demand different professional skill? Because we saw that there were 4 marks allocated to professional skills and it has been asked 5 times in the exam. Absolutely, yes, Ekta. So there are 20 marks allotted for 5 professional skills. All 5 are going to be tested in your SBL exam. 4 marks each in different categories of tasks. That is exactly how it is going to be tested. Right, Ekta? It is never going to be a combination. It's going to be categorically one professional skill being tested in one question for 4 marks. And this is going to happen for 5 times. Right? Wonderful. Any other doubt, guys? Any generic query so far? Yes, Ekta, that's why I say that, SBL is one paper which is very close to my heart because it is so interesting as a subject. You really don't need to, do big calculations or, scratch your head. The only thing you really need to have is a lot of, skill as a professional, as a strategic leader working in an organization, really. And when you get into that frame of mind, everything will just actually fall in place, really. Right? Any other question, guys? Anything you want to ask so far? Yes, it's a 3-hour-long exam. It's going to be a demanding exam. You will require the correct technique for you to take you through those 3 hours, really. Okay, so these are the few key issues which the examiner has given based upon, various exam sittings that the examiner has literally checked. So if these are the issues which the examiner feels that students sometimes face, it becomes our duty to make sure that we overcome these issues. We, while writing our SBL exam, do not make these mistakes which probably students have made in the past. Quickly read through it. Application of concepts, of models, absolutely necessary. You have to understand the requirement and then answer the requirement. You cannot assume that this is what the requirement says as per what you would have wanted the requirement to say. No. Every requirement is different. Every skill set in the requirement is different. Every verb in the requirement is different as well. And that is something that you have to focus upon while writing your answers. You have to be very clear and specific to the professional skill being asked. Most of the times the question asks for more than one thing to be done. So be very specific in terms of the requirement as well, per se. EPSM module absolutely has to be done. Mock exam on the practice platform absolutely has to be done. All of these things I'm telling you in the first day of the class itself. Why? Because I don't want any of my students to make these mistakes. So please be very, very critical and conscious that you are not doing any of these mistakes, which, the examiner has said that these are the issues which students face and thus they fail the SBL exam. So please be mindful of the fact that you are not going to do any of these. Computer-based exam, many of you are giving the exam, the ACCA exam itself for the first time. So, being familiar with not just the computer-based platform functionality, the practice platform which I've shown to you, it would be hazardous if you don't do this. You have to do question practice on the practice platform. You have to do 6 mock exams on the practice platform. Be familiarized with all the functionality of the platform, and this will happen as we go, progress towards the classes. And that's why I say no pen and paper, please. Right? So yes, that's the mantra of passing SBL exam. Practice, practice, practice. And this is what we will be doing in the next 2.5 months of you and I being together preparing for your SBL exam. I think it's been quite a session and I'm sure you all want a break now. So let's take a quick lunch break for half an hour and connect back at 2 p.m. So lunch break for 30 minutes and let's connect back after 30 minutes, right? See you then. Okay, I hope everybody is back from the quick lunch break. Everybody's back? Can we start? We've had a good look and feel of what the SBL exam is going to look like. We've had a good, look and feel of what is it that we have to prepare towards together, obviously, in the next 2.5 months. So any principle, any query if you have regarding your SBL, your exam approach, your, what is it that we can expect together in the next 2.5 months, please feel free to drop in your query. Also, please let me know if there's anything that you want me to change also in my style of teaching, in my style of, going ahead with, with what is it that we will be doing. I'll be more than happy to take your suggestions, all good, bad and ugly as well, because my objective is to make sure that you are the one who is able to understand things. You are the one who is able to grab concepts. So principally, if there's anything that you want me to change, please, take this as an opportunity to let me know. And I'll be more than happy to adjust, the way you want the classes to be conducted, because ultimately it's your satisfaction that we are looking towards. And obviously I am giving my best. I am giving, the technique that I have been using for the last many, many years now. But ultimately, if that is something that, doesn't work for you, please let me know. Any feedback, guys? Anything you want me to, change, or are we good to go ahead? because now I'm going to start with the first chapter of our strategic business leader, because till now we were just only looking at what the exam is going to be like, what are the key skills that we're going to be learning, and what is it that we are heading into. But now we're going to start with the first chapter, which talks about the concepts of strategy. So I'm awaiting your feedback, guys. Good to go, says Panita. Any other concern, guys? Anything you want me to change? Or are we good to start with the first chapter, wherein we will be talking about the concepts of strategy? As a strategic business leader, obviously, one of your major KRAs, as we call it, that is key responsibility areas in an organization, will be to help prepare better strategies. But why do we need to prepare a strategy in the first place? I'll help you understand in a very simple manner. So, sitting today, your objective is to appear for the September 23 or maybe December 23 SBL exam, right? So, the first 4 hours of our lecture, what did I begin with? Did we start with the concept? No, right? The only thing we literally discussed was the strategy. What is it that we are looking towards? How is it we are going to prepare towards it? What are the tools we are going to use to help us prepare towards achieving our objective, which is to prepare and, to pass our SBL paper. Similarly, any organization, they are working towards an objective, right? Every organization has a mission and a vision to fulfill. Any organization is going to have its long-term goals to fulfill. Now, how are you going to work towards that fulfill? That goal which you have. Obviously, you need to prepare a strategy to move towards that goal. And that is why the concept of strategy is pivotal to any organization. Any organization's long-term success, short-term success, whatever you want to achieve as an organization, you have to prepare a strategy for it. And thus the concept of strategy is most important for any organization to be successful. And for that matter, even for smaller things in our life, like I just took the example of, passing this SBL paper. What are we going to do? We're going to prepare a strategy to pass. Similarly, for everything that you want to do in life, you want to achieve in life, be it, your bigger long-term life goals, we have to prepare a strategy towards. And similarly, organizations need to prepare their broad long-term strategy dependent upon and aligned with the long-term goals and objectives of the organization. And then obviously that is something which is going to be broken down into smaller achievable objectives, all working towards the achievement of the ultimate objective. And at all times, we have to constantly review, we have to constantly monitor to make sure that we have not gone off track. When we go off track, that is when a strategic drift is going to happen. So we need to take remedial action to come back on track to be able to achieve our objectives, right? So we're going to start with the concept of strategic planning. Yes, it's a long-term perspective that you're looking at, a time horizon of, say, 5 years and beyond, that what is it that we want as an organization as a whole. What do we stand for? What is it that we intend to achieve in the next 5 years horizon? That is what is going to help us, give us a strategic aim. That is something which is going to help us and align all our activities thereafter to help us move towards the achievement of this strategic aim. Definitely, it's going to consider all the stakeholders. It's going to look at what kind of competition is existing in the market. What is it that all the people who are connected to you as an organization, be it internal stakeholders, be it external stakeholders, what is it that they expect from you as an organization and how you're going to satisfy how you're going to, manage all these various stakeholders while moving your way up to achieve this long-term objective that you have held for yourself as an organization. So yes, you have to look at where we are. So, what are our resources, what are our competencies, where we want to be, so where our goals are, and what is going to be the path to achieve where we are, from where we are to where we want to be in the long run, considering your resources, your competencies, additions required to your resources and competencies, what is going to be the roadmap that we need to follow to achieve our long-term objectives. And all of that is only going to happen when you plan towards your strategy. So strategic planning is extremely important for an organization, as it is important for us as individuals in our daily lives as well, right? So why do we need to strategy? Why do we need to prepare a strategy? Why strategize? Yes, so we are able to achieve what we want to achieve, considering our, present set of resources, our scope, our competencies, where we want to be, and what more is going to be required to achieve what we want to achieve in the long run. So yes, having a strategy is extremely important. Any advantages of strategy that you can think of? Tell me. Any advantages of preparing a strategy that you can think of? I'm just going to stop sharing my screen for a minute so I can open up your test question. Meanwhile, you have to tell me the advantages of having a strategy in the first place. What do you reckon? Why organizations need to prepare strategies? What advantages does it bring to the organization when you have a clear roadmap of where you are, what you want to be in the next, 5 years or not? It's time saving. It gives a bird's eye view. It's better allocation of resources. Yes. Better planning. Yes. You have a plan to work on, achieve in the smooth movement. Absolutely. Yes. However, are there any disadvantages of having a strategy that you can think of? Is it going to happen overnight? Is it going to happen free of cost? Is it something that is going to push you to just, keep on moving towards one direction only, one aim only, and probably ignoring what new opportunities come by your way? Right? So yes, it's going to be time consuming. It's going to be difficult if the environment in which you operate keep on constantly changing. It kind of, fixes you and your path to only look at one objective. What about newer things that come across? It definitely, promotes bureaucracy. Why? Because you're just only and only working towards achieving one target, come what may. Whatever it takes, I have to achieve this in the long run. So yes, it becomes less relevant in terms of a crisis like COVID. What happened when the world, got hit by COVID? What happened to the strategies of people? Were they able to achieve it? Every organization, every business in the world needed to sit down, think upon, and work towards its strategy. Realign the way they were operating. Why? Because it was the situation of a crisis. And thus, when that happens, your old formulated strategies will obviously not hold any good, right? Yes, it removes the flexibility because you're just constantly working towards achievement of one objective only, achievement of one strategy that you had already prepared for yourself, and that's it. You're just getting yourself fixated on it. Newer opportunities, newer doors, newer strategies might be overlooked. Let me quickly open up a test question for you. Okay. So now you have to tell me how important is strategic planning, in the following organizations: a health service organization, so like a hospital for that matter, and a small building contractor. How important is, long-term strategic planning for these sectors per se? Quickly scratch your heads and pour in your answers in the chat box. Okay, answers pouring in. Okay, let me start from the beginning. Okay, can you please re-explain the disadvantage? Point 3 can be straight-jacketed, Abhinav, which simply means that you are straight-jacketed in the sense that you're only looking at one thing, one opportunity, one strategy that you've prepared towards it. So it's kind of preemptive and pre-decided that this is what I want to be, this is where I want to be, this is how I'm going to reach there. So it's very straightforward moving. However, the businesses that we operate in, the environment in which we live in is constantly moving. It's a dynamic environment. There are new opportunities, new threats, which the world at large throws at us. So you cannot be fixated. You cannot have a straight-jacketed approach. You have to look at that. Is it something which is still relevant? Is it something which is, probably a better thing which is available to you? So from that perspective, having, a well laid out strategy can possibly be a disadvantage as well. Right, Abhinav? Let me check with Abhinav first, then we'll start with the questions answer. Abhinav, is this okay? Okay, let me go back to the newer messages. Sorry. Okay, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the confirmation. And yes, we look at the answers now. It's important for both of them. Even the establishment is small. It requires planning to succeed in the long term. Yes, Soumya, that's right. However, come to think of it, how, you can say, how absolutely imperative would it be for a hospital to plan for advance, to plan for emergencies, to plan for better technologies coming in, to plan for, improving the healthcare sector in which it operates. Why? Because it is something which is absolutely critical. It is something wherein newer things, newer technologies, newer ways of, healthcare is coming in day out. So definitely it is beyond, even our thinking capacity to say that probably a healthcare sector can operate without having a strategy. However, if I compare it to, a local short you can say a small builder, a small contractor for that matter, he can probably, prepare his strategies one project at a time, one thing at a time. And yes, it's obviously good for him to have, a long-term vision and a mission and a strategy to achieve it. But still, it is not that he would, fall flat without it. Yes, so important for both. However, very, very critical for the long-term success of the hospital. And a small scale business contractor can probably work on a one-on-one small, small strategies for small, based upon smaller projects as well. So that is the kind of diversity which, in planning that can be there, and the importance of strategy which can be there, right? Quickly review the model answer once. Quickly review it, and then please compare your own answer to it very, very quickly and ask if you have any doubts. Done reading, guys? Does it make sense to you? Many builders work from job to job using a high proportion of subcontractors, which simply means that if I am a contractor, I am a builder, I can give, subcontracts to various other smaller contractors, smaller, you can say, builders who will help me together accomplish one project, right? Right, Parita? So if we are building like a mall, so I can sub-delegate the work to smaller contractors as well. Everybody okay with it? Any doubt in this particular question, in this particular concept? The only idea of this was to make you understand that yes, strategic planning is extremely critical for all businesses, small, medium, large. However, the extent to which it is going to be imperative for the success of the organization will depend upon the industry, how big, small, or large you are as a business right now as well, and what your long-term vision is also going to be dependent, and is going to change the way you're going to strategize towards your success, right? Okay, so now levels of strategy. I'm sure you all must have heard of it in your basic business, business studies, class 11 studies, that yes, businesses need to, have a top strategy being prepared at the top level of the management, which is called the corporate strategy. That corporate strategy needs to disseminate at the middle level of the management, comprise it in the form of business strategies for every business per se, for every segment of the business that they are operating. And that is going to further disseminate into the functional level strategies that the business is going to prepare. So yes, all of these together, the functional level strategy should be aligned with the business level strategy, which in turn should be aligned to the overall corporate level strategy of the organization. So these are all to be in this level in terms of, being consistent with each other, and how each level of the strategy is going to be prepared from the top level, disseminated to the business level managers, and being executed by the functional level staff of the organization. Right? So it cannot be that these three levels of the strategy are not aligned to the overall vision in the long run. Otherwise, it will obviously result into a failure, because you're obviously not aligned to the same, long-term. Let me just quickly show you a quick video on this to help you understand the concept of corporate and business strategy and how it flows from the top management to the business level and then goes on to the functional level to actually execute and achieve the long-term vision and mission and the strategy of the organization.
Strategy learning content is brought to you by the Marriott School of Business and the Center for Teaching and Learning at Brigham Young University. The purpose of this video is to briefly explain the difference between business and corporate strategy. At the highest level, we think of a business as a unit that provides a product or service in a particular market, and we think of a corporation as a family of businesses, that is, a set of units under a single corporate umbrella. For business strategy, we analyze one specific unit with 4 key questions. 1. Where do we compete? 2. What unique value do we offer to customers? 3. How do we deliver that value? And 4. How do we sustain our ability to deliver that value? So, for example, J-Dog's is a favorite local restaurant close to the campus of Brigham Young University, founded by a former BYU student who had the idea to place a simple hot dog stand close to campus with high-quality dogs and a special sauce. J-Dog's competes in the fast food space within walking distance of BYU's campus. Customers choose J-Dog's over other fast food options due to its convenience, connection to BYU, quality, and taste. J-Dog's delivers this value through a unique history with a BYU student founder, intellectual property in its special sauce, a unique brand, and relationships with high-quality vendors. This is a simple business, a single unit that targets a single market with a simple set of products and clearly defined unique value. In contrast, corporate strategy considers the set of businesses we have in our corporation and how they may or may not work together. Let's imagine a corporation that owned J-Dog's along with a hot dog manufacturer and an event planning company. The hot dog manufacturer is likely a supplier of the J-Dog's restaurant. You can see that this is a different business by looking at who the buyers are for these two businesses. End consumers buy from J-Dog's when they are hungry, but restaurants and retail outlets buy from a hot dog manufacturer when they need hot dogs to sell to hungry customers. End consumers want hot, tasty food right now from a brand they trust, while restaurants and retail outlets want high-quality hot dogs that they can store safely and easily until needed for resale. One business focuses on food preparation for customers, and the other focuses on food logistics and storage. These businesses are related because they both deal with hot dogs, but since they have fundamentally different customers with fundamentally different needs, we see that they are different business units. The hot dog manufacturer, for example, might choose to sell dogs to many restaurants and retail outlets, even though the same corporation owns both businesses. The fact that the manufacturer is a supplier to JDogs makes this a form of vertical integration, meaning a company owns more than one stage in a product's value chain. The event planning company also targets a very different customer than JDogs. It helps individuals and organizations plan large events. One part of these events may be catering food. If the events are casual get-togethers or tailgating parties before sports events, then JDogs might be an ideal food vendor. If the events are formal, such as weddings or award ceremonies, then event planners may prefer more formal sit-down meal services that JDogs cannot provide. In this case, again, these two different businesses have two very different sets of customers, even though they are part of the same corporate family. We would think of these two as being somewhat unrelated businesses in a diversified corporate portfolio. It should be clear that these three businesses need very different business strategies in order to serve very different customers who demand different unique value in different external environments. Understanding this is important because we would perform business strategy audits for each of these businesses separately. And from a corporate strategy perspective, we would explore questions like, what resources do we share across these businesses, and what resources do we not share? How, if at all, do these units work together? Do we want each business to maximize its own performance? Or do we want them to work together as a team to maximize overall corporate performance? Even if it means one or more of these businesses will be less effective than it could be. Now let's make this a bit more complicated. What if JDogs open J-Burgers, a hamburger joint? J-Burger likely targets hungry end consumers just like JDogs. JDogs and J-Burgers might even consider sharing serving space, kitchen space, and/or employees. They may be able to leverage many resources and capabilities in JDogs for J-Burgers and vice versa. Are these different businesses with different strategies, or are they the same business with just two different product lines? While we are not aware of any clear lines we can draw to say definitively whether these are or are not the same businesses, we think the answer depends on the extent of resource sharing between the two businesses. If we share 100% of our resources, then these are almost certainly the same business. If we share 0% of our resources, then these are almost certainly different businesses. As we lean towards 100% sharing, we likely have a single strategy. As we lean towards 0% sharing, we likely have completely different strategies for each business. When we are in the middle, things get a bit messy. Maybe 50% of our strategy is shared across units, and the other 50% is customized to our specific unit. Or maybe there's a different ideal configuration. Managing these different configurations is the realm of corporate strategy. One important takeaway is that it is critical to understand how many businesses you are in and how those businesses relate to each other in order to figure out how many strategies you need and how much of your strategy to share across business units.
Okay, so yes, that was to principally give you an idea of what the corporate level strategy of the organization is and how important is it for it to be aligned with the business level strategy and then disseminate to the functional strategy of the business as well. Why? Because together it is the people at the functional level who are going to ultimately do the work to achieve the overall strategy and the mission and the vision which was achieved by, which was prepared by the top level of the management. Any queries in this? Anything you want to ask regarding the corporate strategy? Obviously, the overall, where we want to be and what is the long-term vision of the organization is going to be set up by the corporate strategy. So it is going to give you it's forward-looking. It's looking towards the growth of the organization. So that is itself called a directional strategy for the business. Again, it's going to look at what products, what portfolios do I have together as a business. So Reliance Industries together as a business has such a hugely diversified portfolio. Each portfolio is going to have its own set of strategies to succeed in that particular, segment, in that particular industry. So yes, the overall strategy has to be something which disseminates business unit wise as well, corporate strategy level wise as well, right? So portfolio strategy is also something which is very important, as well as the fact that yes, you have to look at, you have to groom every, you can say, subsidiary or every business unit within the corporate structure has to be together groomed as a corporate level parent to the overall objective of the corporate strategy of the business. So yes, you have to provide that skill, that parenting strategy also, to make sure that together all my small individual businesses or my all small subsidiaries are together in tandem working towards the overall corporate strategy of the business per se, right? Any doubts in this, guys? Does everybody understand what overall corporate strategy is and how, it kinds of umbrellas the overall vision, mission, and long-term strategy of the organization? Is that okay with everyone? Please ask if you have any doubt. Please ask if you have any doubt. And that is something which will be then broken down at the middle level management, which is called the business strategy as we prepare. So every business is going to have its own set of strategy broken down into pieces for individual profile, individual, you can say, portfolio, or individual subsidiaries as well within the overall umbrella of the corporate parent. So that is what a business strategy will be like. And ultimately, it's the functional level or people who are the doers who will, work towards achieving the business level strategy, which in turn helps achieve the overall corporate level strategy. So these are the people wherein we need to, allocate the requisite set of resources, competencies, men, money, machinery, all of these things at the functional level, because they are the ones who will ultimately be executing the policies and getting them, putting the plans to action. Basically, this is where all the action is going to happen. So that obviously has to align with what we want from an overall business perspective. Let me quickly open up a test question for you now. Okay, there you are. So you have to tell me, a full service airline is making the following decisions that should a no frills, low fare subsidiary be set up. So come to think of it, an airline like British Airways thinking of opening up a no frills airline like a SpiceJet or an Indigo Air, venturing into that very base category airfares without all the frills attached to it. Basically, that's why it's called a no frill airline. Or if it is set up, how should the cabin staff be recruited? Are these likely to be corporate level decisions, business level decisions, or are these operational decisions? So these two decisions, which probably British Airways is thinking of, what levels of decisions do you reckon these are? Are these corporate level decisions? Are these business level decisions? Or are these operational decisions? Tell me quickly. I want everybody to submit their answer in the chat box first, please. Done it? Okay, so let's review your answers now. Yes, opening up like a full-fledged airline, venturing into a new business segment, which is a no-frills airline, will definitely be a corporate level decision that requires to be done by the board of directors of the organization. So right at the very top. However, whom to hire, how to hire, all of that would be a mix between a functional level strategy in alignment with your, I would say, your business level strategy. Why? Because obviously it has to come from the business level. However, it will be executed at the functional level. Why? Because you are here looking at who gets recruited, when, how, where, what the salary packages are going to be like. So all of that will be covered with an amalgamation of your business level as well as your functional level strategy, right? Any doubt in this? Any doubt in this, guys? Please go through the model answer as well once very, very quickly. Ask if you have any doubts in this. Or are we good to go ahead? You have to tell me very quickly. Tell me quickly, please. Any doubts or are we good to go ahead? Between business and corporate. So corporate is right at the very top, something, a decision which the board of directors of the organization will be taking up. Then this decision will be disseminated to whom? Your business level managers, your HODs, your, head of businesses. They are the ones who are going to then disseminate and prepare the plan to how to actually get it executed at the functional level. Right? Is that okay, Rashi? So that policy for recruitment are business levels and actual recruitment is functional level. Yes, that's absolutely right, Divya. Wonderful, Rashi. Any other doubt, guys? Any other doubt? Right. So let's begin with the first model of our SBL, the most commonly used model, which helps us prepare our strategies, which helps us choose our strategies, which is the JSW model, which simply involves three things to be done. Where you are right now, where you want to be able to achieve and reach where you want to be, what are the various choices which are available to you, and which out of these choices you are choosing to implement your plan to action. So this is exactly what the JSW model talks about. First things first, you're going to do what? You're going to analyze your present situation, where you are. What is it that, what factors are favorable to you as a business? What possibly are the threats that your business faces? So a very common model that we use to do our strategic analysis, our present macroeconomic level strategy analysis, is the pestle model. So you consider your business from how does it get impacted by the outside environment, which includes the political environment, the economic environment of the business, the social environment, the technological environment, the environmental environment, as well as the legal environment in which your business operates. How do these macroeconomic elements impact your business at a strategic level? Where you are, what are your present set of resources and capabilities that you need to assess to be able to foresee, to be able to prepare and plan for the future. The first thing is to get a reality check. Reality check in terms of a strategic analysis of where we are, what are our resources, what are our competencies, what are our strengths, what are our weaknesses, what does the macroeconomic environment pose to us as a business. So all of that is called having done a strategic analysis for yourself. Up next, you have to you have to choose between the various choices which are available to you. So look at all the options which are available. Should I go this route? Should I go that route? All routes are open to you, right? So evaluate every route from a pros and cons perspective. I want to grow as a business. So either I can grow organically, slowly and gradually, or I can probably, join hands with someone else, venture into, a joint venture, we enter into a partnership and then grow together. Or I can probably, a merger and a takeover and then grow my business. So yes, there are so many options available to you as a business in terms of your strategic option to grow. You have to evaluate all of these choices available to you. Evaluate in terms of these are the options available. Which one is going to be best suited for me to put down to action in the next step, which is implementing your strategy, choosing where you are and choosing where you really want to be, right? So strategic choice, we're going to study all of these models in detail in the coming lectures. How to compete, Potter forces will tell us. Which direction of growth to take, the Ansof's growth matrix is going to tell us. And what method of growth to use, whether organic or acquisition, mergers. All of this is something that we will be studying in the lectures that will follow. But yes, principally understand that as a business, you have many choices available, and you as a strategic business leader may need to make an informed and a correct choice out of the many options available to you. Once you've done that, once you've chosen one particular option, you need to obviously implement that strategy. You need to put that plan to action. Only then it will be achieved, right? Unless you just prepare everything on paper and then don't do anything about it, is it something that you will be able to achieve? Obviously not, right? We need to implement our strategy into action. That is something which is extremely important, right? Okay with everyone? Do you understand the three aspects of the JSW model? Because then I'll open up a quick question for you. Is this okay with everyone? Do you all understand principally what is it that, you are looking at in terms of, evaluating a strategy with the help of the JSW model? Now implement this theoretical knowledge that you've attained in, in this particular segment of a healthcare provider, like a hospital, right? So how are you going to look at which different strategies are available for this hospitals and how are you going to choose the best one? So use the JSW model and prepare headers, prepare small briefing points against each of these three headers that we've just studied in order to give structure to our answer. Do that very quickly, everyone, and pour in your answer in the chat box. Keep pouring in your answers, guys. I want everybody to try and get into the habit of making use of models to give structure to your answer and then linking it to the scenario to be able to give, a justified answer to your question which has been given. I know these are very small case studies which I'm taking up, but this is only to help you get into the habit of how to make use of models as structures, how to link it to the scenario, and then give short answers linking to the scenario itself. So very quickly, I want everybody to do this, please. Okay, done, everyone? Does everybody understand how we are going to make use of this? How we are going to make use of models to give structure to our answers? And then linking to the industry in which we are operating, linking to the specific business in which we are operating. That is the key skill which you need to learn in your SBL journey, which is going to carry on right from today up till the day of the exam itself, right? So this is how you're going to make use of the model to structure your answer. So yes, strategic position, we're going to look at, what kind of demand is going to be there. What kind of cost benefit analysis is going to there. What kind of strategy should I prepare? At a very important decision is also going to be the level of safety of my patients. It's a health sector. You cannot ignore the health and safety regulations which you need to follow as a hospital, right? It is something which is going to be of pivotal, importance to the sector in which you are operating. How much of, your long-term strategies and goals are going to be acceptable to your staff per se, your doctors, your nurses? Do you have the sufficient resources in terms of adequately, equipped staff, adequately equipped staff, doctors, nurses to help you achieve that vision in the long run or not? Choices are going to include, if you're setting up these small, smaller daycare centers, where these centers are, where these clinics are going to be, who is going to operate them, who is going to man them, what level of, doctor is going to visit, when and how, what is going to be the duration of these clinics available, are they going to be available in every, you can say, how far away from each other are they going to be located? All of this is going to be your various decisions that you have to take as part of your strategic choices that you will be required to make. And then implementation obviously will require that, okay, you've decided on a few things. How are you going to practically execute them? Then how are you going to, staff these clinics? How are you going to operate them? How are you going to make sure that, the patients coming into these clinics are being adequately treated as well? Or should they be referred to the bigger hospital or not? Are requisite, skilled doctors visiting these clinics, when and how as well? All of these are something that will be your key decision areas that you will be required to make as part of your strategic decision choices. Right? Is that okay with everyone? Guys, please go through the model answer. Ask if you have any doubt here. Let me go through your answers as well. Yes, you have to do this. Obviously, we are only broadly preparing structures here in the class. The length and the breadth of your answers will be dependent upon what is the actual marks getting awarded. So ideally in an SBL exam, we always say it is going to be 1 mark for every 1 point worthy point that you've literally made in the exam. So now the length and the breadth of the points will be varying upon the number of, the number of marks being allocated to that particular question. But yes, principally, I'm just only looking at how to understand the fact that this is my problem area. This model I'm going to use to address this problem area, to structure my answer. And this is how I'm going to link it to the scenario to provide a framework for my answer. Is this concept principally okay with everyone? Do you all understand how to, apply and structure your answers? Please ask if you have any doubts in this, guys. I'm waiting for your questions. I'm waiting for your go ahead, but I need something from you. Any queries? Or are we good to go ahead? Come on, quickly pour in your answers in the chat box. Good to go, says Ria. What about others? Either you pour in a query or you tell me that we are good to go ahead, but I need some answer from you, please. No queries, says Rutuja. Good to go, says Abhinav. No queries, Divya. Do we have to learn models? Niharika, you don't have to learn anything in SBL. It's all going to be practical application of your knowledge. But yes, principally, having said that, if you want to apply a model to give structure to your answer, you obviously need to learn the key headers and have a great understanding of what each of these headers mean. Don't explain any of the models in any of your answers, but application of these models to the scenario which has been given to you is what is required in your exam. Right, Niharika? So don't learn models, understand models. What it means, what each of these aspects of these models means, and how you're going to practically apply each of these aspects to the scenario given to you is what we need to learn together. Right? Is that okay, Niharika?
One small doubt, ma'am.
I really am sorry. Please don't unmute yourself. Please pour in your doubt in the chat box so I can repeat your doubt for everyone's, understanding, and then I'll definitely answer your question as well. It's just to maintain the sanity of the class. So please don't unmute yourself. Put your question, whatever doubt query you have, in the chat box so that everybody can read your query and then I can answer it. Please go ahead. I'll wait for you to type in. Because what happens with the recording, when everybody starts talking, the quality in the recorded, the recorded LMS goes down, and then students, even if you are referring to the backup of the class, you will not be able to understand who is saying what and what is happening in the class, right? So please pour in your query in the chat box. One general query: would our book for June 23 be used in September or December 23? Rashi, so yes, the book has changed. The new books are valid from September 23. Principally, there is a change in the way the exam is going to be conducted as well. So I would recommend you all to go ahead and buy the latest versions. But just in case you have a previous version, you can rely upon it. Principally, there's no change in content, and everything that we will be covering from today itself will be what is relevant towards your September exam itself. So if you already have an old book, make use of it. But if you don't have it, please purchase the latest one. Madhavan says the JSW has 3 points for which we have seen an example question. Yes. So this is just the JSW model and how we are going to apply that JSW model in a practical question which is going to be given to you. So basically, as a business, let's review the question only for now, right? Let's review the question together, Madhavan. So you are having that the health service provider has one large edge of the town hospitals. It is considering setting up additional small city center clinics capable of treating less serious day cases. So basically, you are considering that, as a hospital, should I venture into the aspect of opening up smaller day healthcare clinics? Is it a good strategy for me as a business to implement or not? Whenever we have to discuss about, whether this is a good strategy or not, we will review the strategy with the help of JSW model. And this is exactly what we have done in this question. Will we be using the same Zoom link for all the classes for SBL? No, Soumya. Every time a new link will be shared with you. It will be shared with you in the WhatsApp group as well as on your emails. In the book, we don't have models discussed how to refer books while taking classes. You don't have to refer to books while taking classes. When you are in the class, only and only concentrate on what I am teaching, how I am teaching. When we need to refer to the book, you and I will do this together in the class itself. And you need to refer to the book for the question practice, which I will give to you as homework. Right, Prune? Is that okay, Prune? Wonderful. Any other doubt, guys? Please feel free to pour in your doubts in the chat box. Right. So principally, we've seen that as an organization, in order to achieve our long-term, mission and vision, yes, we need to prepare strategies. We need to implement our strategies, put them into action as well, and start working towards achievement of our strategies. However, do things always turn out the way we had initially thought of? So today, if I'm preparing a strategy for the next 5 years, is everything in the next 5 years going to remain constant as I am foreseeing it today? Obviously not, right? We live in a dynamic environment. It's a fast changing, rapidly changing world that we are living in. And thus, because of all these changes, because of all these newer opportunities and threats which the external environment will pose at you as a business, that gap between where you want it to be and where you actually are is a natural gap which is going to arise over a period of time. This gap is called a strategic drift. Now, your job as a strategic business leader is to make sure that you're constantly reviewing the performance of the organization, where you are, and are you moving towards in the right direction at the pace at which you wanted to be there at or not, or is a strategic drift seeping in the organization? When that happens, which is obviously a natural thing to happen, we have to take what? What do you think would be required in order to come back on track? So yes, changes are going to happen. That is going to lead to, us drifting from our originally thought of trajectory. But what we need to do to get back on track is replan. Yes, Rashi, we need to replan. We need to constantly check, monitor, and make requisite changes for us to come back on track. Yes, organization must be agile to adapt to these changes, as well as constantly review whatever more is required to, stay relevant in the long run. Right? Quickly read through the slide of strategic drift once, please. I'm giving you a moment to read through it first. So yes, if an organization fails to keep up with the changes which are inevitable to happen in the external environment, naturally a gap will align, which is called a strategic drift. And to come back on track, we need to take requisite corrective measures as an organization to avoid this strategic drift from happening. Drift happens only due to change in external environment? No, not necessarily. These changes could be internal as well. So when we had originally prepared our strategy, our CEO was very risk-taking, very dynamic. So this was the action plan that he had prepared. However, this particular CEO retired, met with an accident, something happened to him. We've had a change in the top management. With the change in the top management, is going to come in, a newer state of things, that where we are, where we want to be, what way we want to achieve it as well. So these changes due to which, this drift can eventually happen are going to be both internal as well as external. Right? Right, Rashi? So quickly look at ways in which we as an organization, what can we do to avoid this strategic drift, to remain on track, to remain, and make sure that we have our set of, a fast moving, constantly changing environment, but we are keeping pace with it. So quickly have a look at some of the suggestions that you can provide to the management to avoid this strategic drift to happen in the first place. Quickly read through it. Flexibility to adapt to the changes. Absolutely, yes. You need to be agile. You need to be flexible. You need to be adaptive to the changes that this fast changing world requires from us as an organization. Done reading, guys? Quickly go through the summary of the chapter, just the introductory chapter, wherein we have just spoken about the concepts of strategy. Quickly go through the summary, ask if you have absolutely any doubts regarding the concept of strategy that we have studied today. Just the very basic chapter, just, setting the tone of the entire subject really. Any doubts? Any doubts? I require an answer, please, guys. Please either pour in your doubts or give me a thumbs up. No says Ekta, no doubt says Rutaja. Yes, Anil, please ask if you have a doubt. Please pour in your query. Please type in your query, Anil. I'll be more than happy to, reiterate. What approach should we follow to keep a track of all the models? It's a very theoretical subject. It was a thumbs up. Okay, no problem there, Anil. What approach you need to follow? Just practice, 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 practice. And it should be so much of practice that as soon as you read the requirement of a question, the model should come blaring to your mind that, okay, put this, use this. This is the kind of question practice that is required, the level of the question practice that is required, right? Meanwhile, these small summaries will also help you revisit the model and revise where one particular model is applicable. What are the points we can include under strategic implementation? So, Madhavan, you have to look at that how practically are you going to implement that plan into action. So, I have thought of opening up daycare centers, but how operationally I'm going to, actually go ahead and do this is what my strategic implementation is going to involve, right? So what we will do tomorrow is I am going to just quickly open up your practice and revision kit. So we've done the concepts of strategy, and there are question number 12 to 17 from your practice and revision kit, which we can literally, go ahead with because we've done this concept today itself. So we will be taking up a few questions from the practice and revision kit between question number 12 to 17, and we will practically look at how to put our knowledge to the questions by practically implementing it in the solutions as well, right? So tomorrow, this is the book we're going to start off with, and only then we're going to go ahead. Timing of classes will be 10:30 to 3:30. When are you expecting to complete the syllabus? Ekta, SBL is very, very comprehensive. I'm taking 5-hour sessions. It's literally very difficult for me as well as for you also. I understand to sit down and, go through a complete lecture 5 hours long. But believe you me, SBL requires that kind of, effort that it is going to take you and me to put them together. And by the middle of August is where our syllabus will really, end after having put so much effort throughout the classes, right? And obviously, apart from that, you will really need to do a lot of question practice at your own end as well. Do we need to read any chapter from the book? So you can go ahead and read the chapter of concepts of strategy from your workbook. We've covered all the concepts here in the PPTs. So just for, having a broad knowledge perspective, you can go ahead and read the workbook content of it and solve the workbook questions on it. I will be taking up practice and revision kit questions from your book tomorrow on this one chapter. So we've just introduced the topic. Question practice will happen in tomorrow's class first. Right, Rashi? Wonderful. Okay, then thank you so much, guys, for today's session. And I shall see you guys tomorrow, first thing, 10:30 in the morning. Anil says, do we need to give answer conclusions based on studies, models, or we can provide our own theories? Well, it really depends, Anil. So it's too early to say. First things we have to obviously, if there's a requisite model that can be applied to answer a question, we should ideally use it. If not, there is no one right answer in SBL as long as you are able to make a valid point and validate your point with the reasoning given from the scenario. It's good and well accepted by the examiner. Strategic position analysis will be for how many marks generally? I don't know, Madhavan. Like I said, SBL is the paper, it can come from absolutely anywhere across the syllabus. So we cannot bifurcate any concept marks wise from an SBL's perspective. Everything is equally important. And one thing is going to lead to another. So if you don't understand the concept of strategy, the name per se, how are you going to prepare strategies in the next session? Right, Madhavan? So everything is going to be related from one to the other to the next. Right, Madhavan? So no marks bifurcation can be given. 100 marks for everything. Yes, these topics are there from the book. Please go ahead and give it a thorough read, because this will help you build on the concept that you've learned in the class today. So yes, please go ahead, open up your workbook and go through the chapter of concepts of strategy. Right? Tomorrow we'll open up the practice and revision kit and do questions on it as well. I asked this because here we need to give 3 separate models. You literally just only had to give one model. There are going to be bigger and much complicated models coming ahead, Madhavan. So don't get scared of SBL already. We haven't received the books yet. So can you provide the PDF in the group? I'm sorry, I can't do that, Panita. You have to go and purchase your own set of books. Reach out to the team at VG Learning. Again, I'm leaving the concerned person's name and number. I will be obviously opening up and sharing my screen. Oops, sorry. This was supposed to be sent to everyone. But I cannot share PDFs. I can share PDFs of my own prepared notes, which you are presently seeing on the screen. But books I cannot provide you with the PDFs of, right? You have to go ahead and purchase your own. Reach out to Sandeep at VG Learning, purchase your own books. Tomorrow's session, we're going to do question practice and then move on. Till then, do your homework, refer to notes will be sufficient. Notes will be sufficient for you to conceptually understand a topic. Beyond that, practice is all that SBL is going to be all about. And nothing is going to suffice unless you get into the hang of reading, understanding, putting it to action, right? Yes, the notes will be shared with the team at VG Learning. So the backup of this class will be made available in the next 3 to 4 working days by the IT team. And along with the backup lecture, the notes will also be provided on the LMS itself. Right? Okay, thank you so much, everyone, and then for joining in. I shall see you guys tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye.